my love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. But you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall, my love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules, my life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero. superhero? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Like a hell. Like a Hellcat.
there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star.
Didn't even get to cross.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass. You're looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get to glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our webinar is about to begin. Please have a nice seat. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join our webinar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable guest speaker, Mrs. Mata David, Mr. Patrick Christian, Mr. Eman Marpaung, Professor Godwin Emmanuel Oyedikun, Mr. Wahid Khan of the International webinar, and the Honorable all participants of this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Tuhu, the moderator of today's webinar. I am very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this webinar. Today's webinar is about implementation of forensic accounting on fraud detection. Case study Indonesia, Australia, Nigeria, United Kingdom, and the United States. Before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First, it starts with Mrs. Marta David, CMS, CFA, AML. Then it goes on with Mr. Patrick Christian, Mr. Eman Marpaung, Mr. Professor Godwin Emmanuel, and the last is Mr. Wahid Khan. Will be invited to present the material. After that, there will be question and answer session, and followed by conclusion of this webinar. Now, allow me to welcome the speaker, Mrs. Marta David. Are you joined yet?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. I am so excited for this great opportunity.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Patrick Christian. Are you here already? I'm just going to read all the presentation. Okay, and let's going on with the schedule. After this, there will be a video which will be presented by the operator before our first materi. Operator, please.
Selamat datang Bapak Ibu yang terhormat. Kami akan menjelaskan cara menggunakan penjuru bahasaan dalam aplikasi Zoom. Jika Anda ingin mendengarkan dalam bahasa Indonesia, silahkan menekan ikon bola dunia yang terletak di bawah layar Zoom Anda. Lalu pilih Indonesian. Jika ingin mendengarkan dalam bahasa Inggris, silahkan pilih English. Jika Anda tidak menemukan channel Indonesian di layar Anda, mohon untuk keluar dan mengupdate versi terbaru, kemudian bergabung kembali ke meeting. Jika Anda mengakses acara ini dari web browser, Anda tidak akan menemukan fitur penjuru bahasaan. Harap mengunduh aplikasi Zoom, lalu leave meeting dan join kembali melalui aplikasi. Proses ini tidak akan memerlukan waktu yang lama. Ketika Anda sedang berbicara atau bertanya, Anda harus memilih channel yang sesuai dengan bahasa yang Anda ucapkan. Jika tidak, suara Anda akan bertabrakan dengan suara juru bahasa kami. Jika Anda akan berbicara dalam bahasa Indonesia, pastikan bahwa Anda di channel Indonesian. Dan jika Anda akan berbicara dalam bahasa Inggris, pastikan bahwa Anda berada di channel English. Jika Anda mengakses Zoom melalui ponsel, klik tombol More yang berada di kanan bawah, lalu klik Language Interpretation, kemudian pilih Indonesian atau English, lalu klik Done. Demi kelancaran acara, mohon menonaktifkan mikrofon saat Anda tidak berbicara. Terima kasih, semoga acara ini berjalan dengan lancar.
Oke, Okay, that's it about the interpretation feature for this webinar. Okay, guys, let's go to the first course. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker today is Mrs. Marta David, CMS, CFA, HML, CHTI. Her emphasis is the prevention, detection, and investigation of economic crimes such as fraud, abuse, money laundering, terrorism financing, human trafficking, and corruption. Okay, Mrs. Marta David, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you so much and welcome everybody to this wonderful seminar. I can see that you have wonderful speakers and I hope that you enjoyed all of these classes. It's a truly pleasure to be here with you. Currently, I am in Costa Rica in Central America, but I am based on Chicago, the United States, and I am from Colombia. I am certified fraud examiner and I define myself or declare myself as a fraud fighter. So welcome everybody. I'm going to share my presentation. Can you see my screen? Who can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So today we are going to talk about the fraud geometric analytics, the information richness at the service of the prediction of dishonest behavior. We have created a methodology to understand how people commit fraud, but before to develop the whole topic, let's start with a statement. Trust people become trusted violators. The Association of Certified Fraud Examiners is a global organization based on United States with presence in many countries. This is like the global standards regarding fraud and corruption. But to understand my methodology, we need to start with the fundamentals. Let's talk about fraud and human behaviors. What is fraud? Many people talk about fraud, but define fraud sometimes is a little complicated because it depends on human behavior. For today's seminar, I am going to talk about 4 fraud definitions. The first definition is by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. The SOACFEC says or defines fraud as an activity or actions with the purpose of personal enrichment through the abuse or theft of corporate resources or assets or money, or include time, which is committed by a person or group of people. So this definition is really important because ACFIC includes abuse, corporate abuse and waste as fraud. Now, the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants defines fraud as a use of actions to deceive the investors, analysts, the government, or the market through the unrealistic situation of the company to meet the stakeholders' expectations through the manipulation of financial statements. It means using the financial statements with lies. Then, the Institute of Internal Auditors defines fraud as any illegal act with deception, concealment, or breach of trust which is perpetrated by a person of a group of people or include organizations, companies, to obtain money, properties, or services, or in fact to keep payments or lost services to secure a personal or a business advantage. In this definition of fraud, the Institute for Internal Auditors has a different or a complete approach where we can include abuse, we can include a group of people, we can include an individual doing something wrong in the companies, or in fact a person who doesn't want to pay anything or skip the payments. So that's why it's important that you understand fraud through these definitions. And now when you are talking about fraud, you know that abuse, deceit, concealment are part of these definitions. But and also to understand human behavior and perpetrators, we need to talk about of propensity to fraud. Ben Sherwood has dedicated his life to understand the propensity of the crisis, how people act when there is a crisis. Let's think about the pandemic. One of his studies is related to the best leaders in the globe, first ministers, presidents, or politicals. How they act when they have problems. What is the reaction when there is a crisis? So we brought that the propensity to understand fraud. And we land to the conclusion that there are three groups of people regarding this propensity. The first group is the 10% of people who never, listen to me carefully, never commit fraud. And it doesn't matter the crisis, the problem, the situation. It's that kind of people who have high standards and values. They can have the opportunity to take some money to fix their problems, but they never do. On the other side, we had the second group, which is the 10% of people who always are looking for something bad to do. People who don't believe about values, people who are not respectful about others, or people who see fraud as a business. And in the center, in the middle, we can see the third group, which is the 80% of the population who is undecided. People who probably hasn't committed fraud today because they don't have a reason or a crisis. I am including myself in this kind of people because so far I have not committed fraud. I don't know you. I hope that you belong to the 10% of people who never will be involved in any complicated situation. So knowing this, now you can understand that we deal with the 90% of population who probably can commit fraud in the future. And knowing this number, now you can start to create strategies to help these people to think different about fraud. This number is very important because sometimes people who manage corporations, they don't know what is the propensity of fraud and they place the controls in the right way, or they don't have enough controls to help people to behave. Now, part of the fraud fundamentals is the fraud triangle. Donald Tracy was a sociologist, an American sociologist who born in 1919 in California. He was an important person who studied the criminals. He went to many jails and studied how people or why people commit different crimes. It doesn't matter that it was fraud or money laundering. And then with this study, he created the triangle theory of fraud. And this is a theory which is very important and is continue to be the base to understand human behavior. Donald Tracy had a theory or a hypothesis. Donald Tracy said that trusted people become trusted violators when they conceive of themselves as having a financial problem which is not shareable, are aware this problem can be secretly resolved by violation of the position of financial trust, and are able to apply their own conduct in the situations, verbalizations, which enable them to adjust their conceptions of themselves as a trusted people with their conceptions of themselves as users of the entrusted funds or property. To summarize this hypothesis, which is a little high level understandable of crime, Donald Tracy said that people who have a trust position in the company use this position to fix their problems secretly. They don't tell anybody they have a problem, but they know they have access and they can solve that problem with the access they have, taking assets of the company, thinking that they have some problems and they deserve these assets to fix that problem. So that's the way that perpetrators think. They don't think that they are perpetrators. They don't think they are doing something wrong. They think they are people with problems. And fortunately, the company has the way to fix their problems. So Donald Tracy created the fraud triangle theory. And we start with the pressure or the need. So Donald Tracy said, it could be a pressure because the family, it could be a financial pressure, it could be a social pressure, but also the opportunity. And the opportunity, the way that I see is like the opportunity when it's created by the company because the controls are not strong enough, they are very flexible, or there are no controls at all. And also the opportunity can be created by the perpetrator who always is looking for the way to exploit the controls. And then the rationalization, the justification, the way that the person feels regarding his or her acts. I deserve it, I need it, it's important, I don't make enough money. Because again, people who are committing fraud, they don't think they are bad people. they don't think they are doing something wrong. They think they are solving a problem. But I remember that Donald Tracy created this theory in 1950s. It means 17 years ago. The fraud triangle theory has been evolutionated because the globalization, internet, and business dynamic. So today we have other factors to talk about fraud and how people think about fraud. That's why I call this the geometry of fraud theory, because now we have the skills. People can have the pressure, the opportunity, the rationalization, but if the person doesn't have the skills to commit fraud, or the person has no access to commit fraud, the person cannot do it. So now we have another key or factor for this theory, and it's the arrogance, ego. During my career as a fraud fighter, I have found people who don't need money, they don't have pressures, they are not thinking about that deserve it, but they believe that they are the superheroes to save the companies, and they don't need controls, and they don't like controls at all. So they think that they can do whatever they need to put the company on the second level, and if they need to commit fraud or corruption, that is part of the business. And finally, culture is another important key or factor for fraud. And it's very important to understand culture because people behave according to the place where they work. For example, if a person is working in a company which is located in a high-risk jurisdiction because of corruption, and this company is very flexible about controls, so probably the person could be flexible too and think that it's easy to commit fraud or corruption and is proclaimed to do it. But if the person is working in a company where the tolerance to fraud is zero, where the controls are very strong, probably the person thinks that it's not a good idea to commit fraud. So that's why today we talk about fraud evolution, and we put all of these key factors in the geometric of fraud, or fraud geometric theory, where we can see how human behaviors can act together in like a triangle, now in a star, with different geometric figures. But and also, one of the fraud fundamentals is the intentionality. And I want you today understand this key part of this webinar, because it's really, really important for me as a fraud fighter, as a forensic auditor and auditor. This is the line that divides a mistake of the deception. And that's important for you guys now that you are working as an auditor, as an accountant, that you understand this concept. The intentionality is the difference between fraud and error, or a mistake or a deception. Mistake or error is the difference of a criteria, is the application It could be, for example, the application of accounting standards that in any case have the goal to deceive or to hide or alter the financial situation of a company. For example, you and I are working in the same company and in the accounting department, and we need to register something. Let's think an expense. You can say that is a cost, and I can say that is an expensive. Then, at the end of the day, we register this invoice as an expensive. But in 2 or 3 weeks, we realized that it was a bad register, it was a mistake. And now we had to reclassify or to do or reverse this invoice and do it correctly. Our intention in that case was never deceive or hide or alter the information. It was a mistake. It was a decision that we made together regarding our experience. In fact, today with the pandemic, many people commit or make mistakes because they are super busy, they are working from home, the kids are around all the time doing the homework. Some people don't have the right space to work, and it's easy to make mistakes. Also, people make mistakes because they don't have enough training, they are sick, they are working many hours, or they are working at night. There are many reasons to make mistakes. But when we are talking about fraud or deception, I want to talk about the fourth definition of fraud by the International Institute of Auditors, where fraud is an intentional act. Listen to me, please. Intentional act committed by one or more persons in the management. It could be the board, it could be the upper management, it could be the staff, those who are responsible of the government of the entity, or the employees, or any third party, which involves the use of deception in order to obtain an unfair or illegal advantage. So now with this webinar, we have been talking about 4 definitions of fraud plus intentionality. That's the best part that I offer to you today, because if you are an auditor, when you are working with a client, you will be involved in a situation where somebody says, I am not a perpetrator, I am not a fraudster. But now that you know the 4 definitions of fraud and the intentionality, you can say, yes, you are committing fraud. But and also, to understand the fraud fundamentals, we need to talk about schemes, the fraud tree. ACFIC, the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, provides a perfect classification of fraud schemes. The first one is corruption. Corruption is defined by United Nations and different international entities. And corruption is, for example, conflicts of interest, bribes, illegal gifts, gratitudes, extortion, scams, deceptions of fraudulent purchases, and general dishonest, toxic behaviors. Another classification is the asset misappropriation. When somebody takes something from the company, it could be money, it could be part of the inventory, it could be an asset. It could be, for example, information leakage, money, thief of assets, dishonest movements of inventory, and general fraud with corporate assets. And the third classification for the fraud tree is the financial fraud, everything that a perpetrator can make through the financial statements in order to provide a realistic situation of the company. So in this case, we are talking about forgery and lies in general balance sheets, loss of documents, illegitimate transfers, inadequate valuations of assets, and in general, financial fraud. But now that we had the opportunity to understand the fraud fundamentals with the 4 definitions of fraud, the geometric of fraud, now the 3 of fraud, let's think or let's see how people think about fraud. There are some examples of people thinking about dishonest acts, and we classify these dishonest acts through the geometrical fraud. When we are talking about the opportunity, we have people thinking like Enrique. This is Enrique thinking about dishonest acts. I will make fictitious purchases orders with some friends just for this month. Have you heard this before? Probably yes. We had some corporate pressures, thoughts. The boss is saying that we are not meeting the goals of this month and he's disappointed with us. This is another thought or another expression that we have here in the companies that we work. Now you can see how everything is related to human behavior. Then we had social pressure, and we had Enrique thinking like, if I cannot get that money, something inside my home cannot be covered this month. This is a common expression that we hear where we work. And we have expressions about rationalization too. Like, hey, I need that money for my child. It's a good cause. Only God can understand me. So this is the way that Enrique thinks. And Enrique can be your colleague, your co-worker, it could be your boss, it could be the third party like a vendor or a client. So, but how we can use this information to predict fraud? What do we need to predict fraud with this information? What tools do we have or we can create to predict fraud with these expressions? Well, tonight I want to talk about the use of the corporate information to predict unethical acts. We talk about big data, and I'm pretty sure that you are expert on big data. But we need to understand that big data is composed on 2 ways. The structured data, which is everything that can be classified. Let's think about a spreadsheet, an Excel. So we have columns and we have attributes for data. The name, last name, address, country, date of birth, and all of these attributes that we can put together in a spreadsheet. Just to think on something really easy, okay? But also we had unstructured data. We cannot classify that data. And it's really, really, really hard to do something with that data. Do you know that the unstructured data is the 75% of the big data? So it means that we have been working only with the 25% of the data. And the unstructured data is the richness of the prediction of unethical behaviors. So I decided to take the challenge of the use or using unstructured data. And I was thinking, okay, I want to understand human behaviors and fraud. And the only way that I have now is with unstructured data. What do I need? So I discovered in artificial intelligence, and I discovered human behavior analytics. And I say, bingo, that's the disruptors that I need to put everything together to analyze the unstructured data. But and also, I need to put this data talking about the fraud triangle analytics, or now the geometric fraud analytics. But and also I need the schemes. So I need to learn more about the fraud tree. But and also I want to put or to engage or involve the Venn-Sherwood rules. Do you remember the propensity of fraud? 10, 80, and 10%. And my goal is to add value to the companies through proactivity. One of the frustrations that we have as a fraud investigators or forensic auditors is that when we arrive to the project, fraud was committed and the losses are huge. Fraud investigation is an activity which is really expensive and it's not common as we expect. And also, when we investigate fraud destroys the value of the companies. So besides to lose money or assets, fraud is destroying the value of the corporation. So that's why I decided to work from the beginning of the cycle, the prediction. So what I did was to create a whole methodology where I can take the unstructured data in real time when people are talking or when people are typing on their electronic devices. Of course, corporate electronic devices. My methodology or my software capture everything that the person is talking or typing and put all of this information in real time and a server or a repository. And then through artificial intelligence, my software classifies this information or these expressions, because remember that I am working with unstructured data, and put everything together in alerts or events of fraud. Each event of fraud is categorized through the geometric of fraud: opportunity, pressure, rationalization, culture, arrogance, and skills, and more. Then I create a dashboard with a beautiful and friendly presentation when the users can see the events in real time. They can see who is talking about, where, with who, what time, what day, and what is part of the expressions that we capture. And then we are able to analyze the priority of the expression. For example, if we had an expression related to money laundering, human trafficking, and corruption, it means that the priority is really high, because probably we have to create a suspicious activity report for the government. But if the person is talking or typing something related to taking some paper from the office to do something at home, probably the priority of this act, despite its fraud or abuse, the probability probably is low. So our methodology is based risk approach. It means that we focus the resources and time in the most important risks of the company. In addition, this methodology can help to identify risks that we didn't know that exist in the company, risks that were never expected in the company. That's the another point of this methodology, because once we implement the methodology in any corporation, we open the Pandora box and many misbehavior start to be seen. That's the beauty about the combination of artificial intelligence with all fundamentals of fraud. The triangle of fraud, geometrical fraud, the tree fraud, the intentionality, and now with unstructured data. Let me explain to you some uses or successful cases. All our cases are successful, but for tonight or today, I want to talk about something that happens and is very important during the pandemic. We implement a methodology in different banks, but in this specific bank, we are talking about microloans. During the pandemic, getting the signature of the person, of the client, was a little difficult, while the company got another system to get the signature. So some employees decide to extend this exception to get the signature for more time. We are talking about 2,000 analysts working with microloans in different offices. Microloans, for example, for bakeries, small stores, hairdressers, painters. So they decide to extend, a couple people decide to extend the exception to get the signature, even though the bank had the system implemented to get the signature online. Nobody in the bank knew about this. Only our methodology was able to capture this exception and how people, or these two people, were able to get false loans with false signatures. Also, we had another company where the watchman, the person who worked at the door of the company and controlled the access of personnel of the company, had strong personal pressures because of pandemic. This person got some loans with the banks, with some banks, and this person was asking to human resources for help. We were able to capture the conversation or part of the conversation with some expressions where the person was complaining about human resources never get back to him, never provide an answer and support, despite he was suffering a lot because these personal pressures. And another successful case is very interesting because two women working in the same company were talking about one of them didn't have time to study to take a test in university, to take an exam. So her friend recommended to her to go to the police department website and create a false report about that somebody stole her belongings, including her computer, and that's the reason that the person cannot take the exam that day. The goal of this false report was to skip the exam or to postpone the exam. That's to show the teacher that the person couldn't study because she lost everything. You can ask me if there's nothing related to fraud, because these two people planning to do some like a false report to the police department is nothing related to the company. It was the first impression of our client with our methodology. They say, I don't know what the problem is. They are not doing anything wrong in the company, and the company is not being affected because they are planning to create this false report. Interesting. But when we analyzed the position inside of the company of these two women, we identified that one of them can have control of the another one. One person worked by the procurement side, and another person who need the false report to the police worked at treasury side or treasury department. Then when we analyzed the context of this conversation, we saw many red flags, and little by little we uncovered other situations. So that's why we need to understand how people talk. And this is the reason that I have been dedicating part of my life building a database about red flags and misbehaviors, how people think about fraud. So our database is about 40,000 fraud expressions under pressure, opportunity, rationalization, arrogance, skills, culture, and more. You can probably have heard something like a blocking in the rigs, low rating, more movement than normal, getting people. I don't like controls. Damn audit. I have a lot of duties. You don't need documents. Without credit studied, with discretion, secure investment, provide service, account receivable, my bonus, hire my brother, against the system. They are usurers. It's only for women. Divine energy. I am the one who decides. I command here. I am better. Invest in me. I am the most important thing. This is how credit analysts thought about misbehaviors in a company. These expressions are real. This expression belongs to a fraud case that we investigate. And we were able to capture the whole expressions that this woman always expressed to her colleagues through different electronic devices and everything that she did in this company. So I am ready to receive your questions, but before, I want to say thank you for taking the time to listen to this webinar. I know this is a complex topic because there are many factors that we combine in our methodology. First one is the fraud fundamentals, where we learn to geometric of fraud, then the tree of fraud, and then how we combine the intentionality with artificial intelligence, and then human behaviors analytics. But the most important thing is that we are using unstructured data. The 75% of data that the companies produce 24 hours. Our is the richness of the information is the gold mine, because it's the way that we understand human behaviors before to commit fraud. We are able to predict fraud. We don't have to go to investigate. No. If we are able to predict, we are able to detect. And probably the investigations will be an activity that is getting less and less and less popular. So do you have questions for me?
Okay, Mrs. Martha, thank you very much for giving us such informative and interesting presentation. There's already one question for you. This is from Miss Ranti Solastri from Sukabumi. The question is, from the case studies taken, is Indonesia one of the countries that is vulnerable to fraud from every transaction? And from the number of accountants in Indonesia, whether they are able to change the situation with the many cases of corruption that exist. In this case, it is possible that the status of an accountant will be in the spotlight.
Well, I don't think it's only Indonesia, one of the countries with this kind of problems. We are in a corruption and fraud crisis right now, and it's global. Since I have the opportunity to travel to many countries to talk about these topics, it's funny to land in a country and they say, no, we are the most corrupt, or no, we are the people who commit fraud. No. I think it's a global crisis. But I think there is hope. There is hope. We have, as an accountant, as an auditors, in fact, lawyers, I think we have the commitment to understand financial crimes. And also, I beg to the universities and educational institutions to teach about these topics. One of the biggest problems that we have outside of universities is that young people start to work and they don't know about financial crimes, and they can be involved in misbehaviors easily. So accountants, auditors, lawyers must learn about financial crimes. And it's not only because it's our work. No, it could be, I think we have to go beyond and behind to the university and the educational life, because this is part of our reality, wherever we go. Another question.
The second question is from Mr. Arjuna Sriwijaya. The question: why currently in the world oligarchy and oligopoly practices in business and government still accept as something normal and common among people society, especially in developed countries? Are they a kind of fraud also or no?
Can you please repeat the question? I want to be accurate about the answer. Tohu, can you please repeat the question?
Okay, I'll repeat it. The question is, why currently in the world oligarchy and oligopoly practices in business and government still accept as something normal and common among people's society, especially in developed countries? Are they a kind of fraud also?
Well, I don't understand the question. I don't know if I am missing something. Eh, I don't want to answer because it's talking more about oligarchy and monopoly, and I think I need more information. It's because I don't know if it's anything missing of the information for the question. I'm so sorry, but I prefer to say to say this instead of to provide a wrong answer. I had to be honest with that.
Okay, let's just go to the next question from Mr. Iwayan Adiasa. The question is, for improve our companies their problem with marketing problem, or join with all big companies to distribution ESG. Oh, the question still not complete. The next one from Mr. Henki. If you're talking about fraud, what is the best solution to prevent the act of fraud? There is so many corruption happening around the world. What if
Yes.
religion involved into the act of preventing? Is there any help for it?
Yeah, so this is an important question. All of the questions are really important, but talking about prevention is very interesting because, as I mentioned before, investigations are very expensive, and if we had to go to trial, it's more expensive. So, if we have strong fraud policies, a strong risk management, if we decide don't accept fraud in anything part of our life, so prevention will be much easier. Okay, so there are many controls that we can implement in the companies, and sometimes you don't need money. You don't need money. Sometimes if you need to, for example, to install camera, of course, you need some money to buy the cameras, the cable, and to pay somebody or a technician to install the cameras. Okay, but there are some controls that you don't need a penny, you don't need a coin to be implemented. So when you understand fraud and how people commit fraud, you are able to create policies to prevent. And that's why I always talk about prediction, which is more advanced, and prevention and detection. Okay, you need to understand how your company works. You need a risk assessment. You need to know how the industry where the company is behaves regarding fraud. And remember, it's not only fraud, it's abuse, it's money laundering. There are many criminal actions or acts that are related to the companies. Okay, so when you understand the industry, when you know how the company behaves, you are able to implement controls. But also, the most important act to prevent fraud comes from the board of the company, the staff of the company, the management. You can be the best account, you can be the best and cute auditor, but if in your company, the board or the upper management doesn't care about fraud, there is nothing to do. They are the first unit, department, area people who have to be involved and committed to prevent misbehaviors in the company.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martha. And ladies and gentlemen, that is all for our first course. And before we go to the next course, we say thanks to Mr. Martha for all of information and the course you given to us.
Thank you so much, guys, and this is a wonderful opportunity to share my knowledge, my experience, but and also I am pretty sure that you are doing these courses, webinars for the best. Remember that you are going to work in a big corporation, global corporations, and to be the best, you must to be able to handle the worst. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful Saturday, and my best luck for you. And you can look for me on my social media, and I am in LinkedIn. I have my YouTube channel, and I am happy to help if you need anything. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, Mrs. Martha. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we'll go to the next course with Mr. Patrick Christian. Mr. Patrick, are you joined already?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our speaker for the second course is Mr. Patrick Christian, PSc, MBA, CFA, Chief Compliance Officer of Daimler Truck and Bus Australia Pacific, PTY. Mr. Patrick is a compliance, integrity, and corporate governance professional at Daimler Truck and Bus, responsible for Australia and Pacific region. As the Pacific Compliance Officer, he leads the compliance department with exciting topics such as anti-bribery, anti-corruption, anti-money laundering, data compliance, integrity, etc. for brands such as Mercedes-Benz Truck and Bus, Freightliner Truck, Fuso Truck and Bus, Alliance Parts, etc. Okay, Mr. Patrick, the floor is yours. Please.
Thank you, Batuhu. Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to talk to you this morning. And I'm very happy to talk about the implementations of forensic accounting on the fraud detection. Thank you to Ruang Seminar for organizing this. According to Association of Certified Fraud Examiner, SCFE, there are three types of fraud: corruptions, misappropriation of asset, and fraudulent financial reporting. So this morning, I want to bring to your attention more on the corruption topic. So this is a topic that I'm very passionate about, that I really enjoyed, and something I'm looking forward to. So let me share with you my screen for the slide. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So a bit about myself. I went to Bloomington, Indiana, and upon my graduations, I joined Deloitte. That's the first time when I learned more about accounting and the forensic accounting and the investigation. And I got the opportunity also to work in Indonesia for a couple of years, which I really enjoyed. And that's why that we all most of the participants are in Indonesia, and you know more about corruptions. It became part of our daily activities to live in Indonesia. So that's been my passion about, and the small thing that we can do is to help a company to become a responsible corporate player, and we combating corruptions in any way that we can do. So today, I'll bring you to a bit information and overview about the Daimler Truck, what's the strategy at the Daimler Truck, and how that can relate again to the foundations of the integrity and compliance, and what's our anti-corruption program. So our vision is to be the undisputed leader in the truck industry. We are one of the largest commercial vehicles manufacturer in the world. In the truck business, we have about 82,000 employees. We have about 17,000 employees in the bus industry. We sold about 370,000 of vehicles around the globe. So if you can see that the truck market is very volatile, the world market for medium duty and heavy duty trucks and passenger cars, if you can see from the graph. So this is important to note that when the market is volatile, there is increased pressure for us to perform when the market is not really good. And of course, with the increased pressure, it also increased the opportunity to do something that's not right in order to reach the target. So that's why anti-corruption program has been really critical for Daimler Truck. To add to the complexity, we have a strong brands around the globe. So you can imagine that as a company, we have operations in the different countries, different continents, different culture. And also we have a lot of different brands. And the challenge is that how can we have a good global anti-corruption program that can be used and roll out throughout the globe, throughout different operations plans to reach the corporate goal. And we have a lot of strong brands: Freightliner, Western Star, Thomas Bus. We have operations of Mercedes-Benz also in Brazil, in Europe, a joint venture in China. In Japan, we have Fuso Trucks. In India, we have Bharat Benz. We have a strong team around the globe. So our demographic of employees comes from a lot of different countries, different culture. So that's just to give a bit overview about what Daimler Truck is. And I'll share to you a bit about what is our Daimler Truck and Buses strategy for 2030. I won't bring to you all the strategies. That's not why we are today, but I'll pick some of the strategy to give you a bit of background about how we develop our anti-corruption program. As you can learn, most of the industries today, and for us, we're no longer just a vehicles manufacturing. We're not in the business on just producing trucks or buses or vehicles. We grow our services, we evolve. And one of them is that we become a player in the connectivity industry. Using one common piece of hardware, we have a truck data center. We're enabling the flash over the air, starting with our new Freightliner Cascadia, and we try to bring these connectivity capabilities to our vehicles. We also become a player in the financial industry space by introducing the product like a truck ID and a truck wallet. So it's becoming like how when the truck goes, it becomes an autonomous payment at electric charging station. So imagine that the truck driver will not have to make any payment on the transactions, but the truck itself will become a way of making payments. With a truck ID, a truck identifies itself to other machines and signs legally binding transactions. So you can imagine that the truck becomes like a credit card in your wallet. And the truck wallet products also hold cash for payments and additional items like a fuel card. So this is why I think to add a complexity, we're not just a player in the manufacturing, but also in other industries. And then we try to differentiate ourselves by technologies. Carbon neutral transport works only on the basis of carbon neutral drives. We are focusing on electric batteries and hydrogen. That is the future of the vehicles industry. So for the lighter loads and the shorter distance, we're trying to move to electric batteries. For the heavier loads and longer distance, hydrogen will become the power for the vehicles in the future. Every accident is one too many. Avoiding accidents is part of our social responsibilities. We offer leading assistance systems in the entire product. We did research and development. We try to introduce to the market active drive assist, which enables partially automated driving. We introduce active brake ACEs, which makes the truck's brakes to the full stop to the pedestrians. We also have capabilities on active sideguard assist, which helps the trucks to identify, to detect pedestrians and cyclists. We offer leading assistance systems in the entire products. And we have a clear roadmap for an automated trucking. This is an ambition to bring the highly automated trucks into series of productions, and we have invested more than 500 million euro to this technology. So you can imagine that it's not just in the business of producing a vehicle, but it's also a lot of research, a lot of development, and we are pretty much wants to be the first major player in the safety industry. One of our important strategy is people and culture. We will not have a great products. We cannot satisfy our customers without the great people and the great cultures for our employees. And this is very important for us. Integrity and compliance is the DNA of every employee on our daily activities. We want to lead the business based on trust, while integrity and compliance are very fundamental for all of our activities at Daimler Truck. And then the last strategy that I want to highlight to you also is partnerships. So in our day-to-day, we have a lot of cooperations with other companies. We have Daimler Trucks teams up with the Talk Robotics. We have partnerships with Waymo partner, with Rolls-Royce, with Volvo, and that is very complex to manage because we have antitrust issue. We connect with a lot of players. We lobby the government for regulations. We work with our competitors in a safe way. So if you imagine that managing a global relationship, a global employees, a global product that have a lot of range, how we are very, very easy to fall into corruptions, into bribery. And as a company, we have to make sure that every employees within the company understand and can manage the risk of bribery and corruption. And now we try to go deeper into the more interesting part for today. We'll talk about integrity and compliance and how that integrity code is the fundamental of all our activities in the company. Now that we know our company has many business partners competing in many industries and have global presence and global employees. So this is the reality of our business world today that we see. Antitrust violations, sanction violations, money laundering, fraud, data abuse, corruptions, bribery. If you read the news, this is all the news happening in the business world. It's quite sad to see that at this year in 2021, it is still an issue and it will always be an issue. So as a company, we need to stay ahead of the wave. So this is to show you that we have a compliance risk scorecard for each countries where we do our business. We look at different topics on compliance, like what is our corruption risk? In this example, for our company operation in Australia, what is our corruption risk comparing to other countries in the world? In the press freedoms topic, where is Australia on the Basel Anti-Money Laundering Index? What is our terrorism risk? What's our ease of doing business? What's our political stability? And then what's our sanction compliance? So once we know the risk for each topic in each country, then we build a compliance program that tailored to the risk of doing business in that country. How do we define integrity? Definitions of the term integrity. For us, integrity means doing the right thing by living our values. This means that we follow internal and external rules. We act in accordance with our corporate values. And in doing so, also listen to our inner compass. We are acting with integrity if it takes place in accordance with these three aspects. All three aspects should serve to provide orientation, simplify decisions, and influence our actions. And how do we know that the right behavior is in each situation? Depending on the situation, it is not always entirely clear and not always straightforward. Making the right decisions may require an extended decision-making process. It helps to talk to other people about it in order to decide on the right course of actions together and find a workable solution. So what does it have to do with integrity code? Our integrity code clarifies what rules apply to all of us and what principles we should use for orientation. So what are the rules applicable for us at Daimler Truck? We follow internal rules on what we need to keep in mind in our dealings with each other. So we have our internal policy, internal regulations, internal procedures and rules. And we follow external rules and laws. That's the regulation that the country where we do the business, where we operate. For example, we respect human rights. And the integrity code is the foundations of our actions. For this reason, everyone must understand this framework in order to be able to base their behavior on it. So integrity codes is the first thing we communicate to every new employees. And it is something that we always refresh and impose to our employees to show them that how they need to act in their daily business activities. Why does every employee need to understand the integrity code? The contents of the integrity code apply to every employee of the company. Through the corporate principles and behavior guidelines, they provide us with orientation that enables us to make the right decisions even in unclear situations. In this way, we create certainty that allows us to avoid risk and prevent our company from incurring potential losses. For example, losses due to legal violations or reputational damage. The integrity code as our ethical and legal framework. So our integrity code in high level, it describes what integrity means for us in our everyday activities. It increases our awareness of how to do the right thing, even in unclear situations. The integrity code governs strategic topics such as handling data and technical compliance. As you are aware, data becomes the most valuable asset for every company these days. Data is very important, and we have included in our integrity code how do we have to act when we're dealing with data. Stipulates that management must serve as role models for responsible behavior. So this code is just not for regular employees, but it's also showing that the management, every managers in the company, they serve as role models for responsible behavior and to act based on the integrity code. The contents of our integrity code provide a fundamental orientation with which we can align our behavior in our everyday work and in decision-making process. The code also covers how we define integrity and how we deal with each other, how we act in regard to certain topics. It covers, for example, occupational health and safety, dealing with resources, the safety of our products, or even compliance with technical regulations. The way we treat each other says a lot about our integrity and culture. Talks about the way we treat each other says a lot about our culture of integrity. For this reason, the corporate principle contains a summary of what should distinguish our interactions with each other. Most importantly, the fact that we treat each other fairly, respectfully, and honestly. This may sound trite and obvious, but everyone has found themselves in the situations where this was not the case. So every company can have all wordings could be written on the wall saying that we treat each other fairly, respectfully, and honestly. But you and I, we know that we sometimes found ourselves in the situation where this is not the case. As such, it is all the more important to constantly remind ourselves of this benchmark. Particularly in unclear or difficult situations. We should also point this out to others whenever their actions are contrary to these principles. What can help ensure that we get along? Listening. Seeing things from the perspective of others. Developing shared approach to solution. Making decisions and procedures transparent. And being responsible for your own actions. Our behavior guidelines cover a broad range of highly diverse topics, such as dealing with resources, selecting business partners, handling data, and social media. Each topic is subject to certain internal or external rules that everyone should know in order to have a clear understanding of their own scope of actions. Of course, not every topic holds the same level of importance for everyone's everyday work. Once the employee have familiarized themselves with the overall scope, it will quickly become clear which topics are particularly relevant to the employee's business area. So we ask the employees to do like a bit of workshop, like from all our behavioral guidelines, which ones that are applicable to you. And I think the key here is always to remind the employees, remind ourselves, communicating about this. And that's why I think the integrity code that Daimler Truck is very critical. It's the foundation, it's the DNA. And based on this, then we develop an anti-corruption program. So yes, the next one, we can deep dive and focus about what is the anti-corruption program we have. And they say, yes, we want success. We're in the business of making profit. We are in the business of making money. But based on the integrity code, we say we want success, but not at any price. There's still some things that we have to be careful of. Reputations, right? I think, as you know, building a reputation is not easy. Reputations. It's very easy to ruin the reputations. And that's why we have this program on the anti-corruptions to ensure, to protect our brand reputations in the market. So we ask the questions. Ethical business practice. Are they possible? And we say, of course, they're possible. We are growing and we are doing so in line with existing laws and regulations, as well as guidelines and principles of ethical conduct. So in principle, we fight corruptions. And it's very the baseline of everything, the foundations. We do not give or take bribes. And this is how we apply it to the corruption risk. So when we are in the potential risk situations, we analyze the situations. We ask, who is receiving something? What is he or she receiving? Why is he or she receiving it? And when? So based on that, we have personal responsibility. We look at the transparency, proportionality, appropriateness. That it will help. So this framework, this tool, help the employees to think, to evaluate where there's in the situations where there is a potential risk. So what is corruptions anyway? So we have here Mr. A is a business partner, Mr. B is a salaried employee. So in these business relationships, a business partner is offering a personal advantage to Mr. B. By formulating an offer to his business partner for a personal advantage, Mr. A has already met the criteria for a corruption offense. So what we're saying here, corruption, bribery is not all about money, but giving a personal advantage. What is corruption? There are many different definitions of corruption. Transparency International sums it up with a very good bad definitions of what is corruption. Corruption is the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. And here we ask, what is a personal advantage? How do we define personal advantage? A personal advantage can be any material or non-material benefit. So material or non-material benefit that puts the recipient in a better positions from a financial, legal, or personal standpoint. For instance, gifts or money, invitations to an information or entertainment event, free meals, discounts, donations, loans, payments, or rewards. So you name it. Anything that gives a personal advantage. Could be material or non-material. With all these types of benefits, conflict of interest for the recipients are to be avoided. This is assured when the benefit is appropriate for the situations and the recipient's positions. Who has entrusted power? So for us at Daimler, we group our business partner into two, non-representatives or the representatives. So non-representatives are like private person or the sole owner of the company. And we say that in general, there is no risk of corruption. We have representatives like employee or public officials, and they have a higher risk of corruption. So just to make it easy, for examples, we ask ourselves, whose money that our business partner dealing with? So if we are selling a truck, for example, to a private person, to you individually, for example, it is your money that you're using to purchase our product. So if we give you some incentive, we give you gifts, it is your money that you make your decisions. It's your money that you decide whether you want to buy our product or not. So we're saying that the risk of corruption is very limited. You could be aware that you're paying more money, but because you value our relationships, you still decide to purchase something from us. But when you're an employee of a company, it is the company's money. It is the shareholders' money that you use to make a decision to purchase our product. So if we give you something, a personal gain, a personal benefit, influencing you to purchase our product, there is a conflict of interest. As an employee, you have to act responsibly how you spend the shareholders' money, company's money, and also applicable for public officials. And at Daimler, we have a big definition what is the public officials. It could be elected officials, civil servants, political party, any person acting in an official capability for or on behalf of government. If they are a family members of any royal family, And it also covers not just the public officials, but the member of the families of the such individuals. We also share with the employees the tool about the 4 steps for making decisions in cases relating to corruption law. This framework and the way of thinking is helping the employees to think about the whole situations about corruptions. So we bring the employees to understand the situations and then identify and understand the risk, assess the risk, and also take measures. And the next few slides will bring you to think about, in which we communicate to the employees to think about the corruptions. We all know corruptions is something illegal. Bribery and corruption is against the law. But probably we never talk about why. Why is corruption is bad? We say that corruption has potential, kills people. So the builder of the Sampung department store paid bribes rather than meeting local building codes. The stores collapsed. And it kills a lot of people. So when we ask ourselves why corruption is bad, it's not just about getting the building permit ready, but it could result in killing people. We say that corruption also wastes public resources. As a result of corruptions, investments are not allocated to sectors and programs which present the best value for money or where the needs are the highest, but to those which offer the best prospect for personal enrichment of corrupt politicians. So thus, resources go into big infrastructure projects or military procurement where kickbacks are high, to the detriment of sectors like education and healthcare. And sometimes we see that public tenders are assigned to the highest bribe payer, and it neglects a better qualified companies that are not willing to bribe, which undermines the quality of the projects carried out. The corruptions have potentially to support drug cartels. The corruptions also helps to widen wealth gap. The poor generally lack privileged access to decision makers, which is necessary in corrupt societies to obtain certain goods and services. Resources and benefits are thus exchanged among the rich and well-connected, excluding the less privileged. It is estimated that each year, 20% to 40% of official development aid fund is stolen by corruptions from public budget in developing countries and hidden overseas. So corruptions have potential to support illegal arms trafficking. Honduras has one of the highest homicide rates in the world. Guns are used in 75% of these crimes. An investigation has found that many of these guns come from Honduras military and police stockpiles. The corruption also has potentiality to prolong wars. Research shows that corruption prolongs armed conflict and violence and weakens peace-building efforts. The corruptions have potential to help pollution. Corruption supports environmental crime. It plays a major role in facilitating illegal waste disposal. So think of it, these examples can relate to our life, to our daily activities in our life. Corruption also has potential to slow the economic growth. It disrupts the fair competition. It deters domestic and foreign investments. And it slows the economic growth. Think about from the education perspective. Corruptions have a devastating effect on the education system. Illegal fees and bribes for admissions or examinations are a heavy burden for poor parents. Corruptions when buying new books or buildings strains the budget and deprives students of the material and learning environment they need. Corruption also has potential to support terrorism. Corruption is the enabling technology that makes many terrorist crimes possible. And we're saying that this is why corruption is evil. And we should do something for it about this. That's why we communicate a lot to our employees, bring them to way of thinking why bribery or corruption is something that are not tolerated within the company. And we're saying integrity is a matter of consistencies between what we believe, what we commit to, and what we actually do. So we bring the employees to think about, let's review corruption, encourage them to speak. Let's tell other people about it. And then we have to act together to make the right decisions. Thank you. So I'm open for any questions.
Okay, Mr. Patrick. Here's already some question for you. Let me read it first. The first one was from Miss City. The question is, how is an audit conducted on the imposition of policy or regulation that has potential indicating fraudulency, which may lead to a new phase of financial crime, affecting the world on a massive scale? What is the best audit approach?
So if I can phrase it correctly, the question is, what is the best audit approach to detect any fraudulent activities related to financial crime? Well, audit is usually the second part of all this defense for the company. What we care the most, I think, is on the prevention program. So we try to develop like this training, these communications. We have our sanction checklist program. That's pretty much how to prevent and detect it on the first place. When the audit comes, it's usually an audit of making sure that our programs, the preventative measures are being done correctly. Are they being effective? Are they being performed by the employees? And when we talk about financial crimes, I think the first thing is that to make sure that all the preventative programs are being done correctly. And then we look at all these expenses that they are being done correctly. We look at when we talk about financial crime, we also look at the countries that we're doing business. Just for examples, we do an audit, something important. For examples, receiving money from a third country. So when we do business in Australia, we do an audit. We look at if the customers make payment from overseas. I think that could be the first indications. We need to understand why the money is being sent from overseas. If there is a reason, then that's fine. But if it's not, could it be part of a financial crime? Is it part of money laundering? And we limit the amount of cash. So an audit's done pretty much to make sure that we do not receive cash up to a certain value. And that's to make sure that we're not facilitating any money laundering. I hope it explains.
Okay. And then the next question from Miss Nadia. How do you actually embed this kind of anti-bribery or anti-corruption values to employees? Because in example, usually employees attend the trainings conducted by the company, but doesn't really take it into their hearts.
So can you repeat the first one? How do employees?
How do you actually embed this kind of anti-bribery values to employees?
That's a good question, Nadia. I think, well, first of all, the company has a good resources. So we have this compliance department, and the job is pretty much to highlight to the employees that we take compliance and integrity very seriously. And you're right, training employees is not enough. We can do training, but it's just never enough. So what we have is that in addition to the training, we have regular communication. So the trainings is being conducted regularly. It's something that we have to do for employees. And the training is not just something that we do web-based. So it needs to have a personal, a face-to-face training. But in addition to that, we conduct workshops. So we embedded this integrity and compliance to the management. We ask when they have a management meeting, they talk about this integrity. So there are some integrity that we ask every managers in their team meetings to go through about some integrity matters. We encourage them to have an open discussions. So in the sales department, or let's say if you are in procurement, talk about situations where you are receiving gifts from a supplier. What should you decide? How do you should respond to it? So compliance and the training is not just the responsibility of the compliance person, but it is something that every managers have responsibility to talk, to think, and to encourage discussions with their team members. We find that it's very important, very critical, and very effective, because it also shows that the management, their managers are leading by example.
To Ms. Patrick, Mr. Patrick, the next question is, in your opinion, what are the necessary knowledge required to be a fraud examiner? Because based on your explanation, it seems that we need to know a lot of regarding IT, psychology, accounting, auditing, and so on.
I think to be a fraud examiner, you bring everything that you have your own capabilities. So I find usually when we try to detect fraud or what, it's a group of people that comes with different knowledge, different expertise. And you're right, it involves IT, psychology, accounting, auditing. We have a lot of teams in usually is that also people from legal backgrounds, police officers. And when you work in the team to detect any fraud and to examine any fraud potentials, you need all this expertise and teams. We cannot work by ourselves. If you're just an IT person, if you're just an accounting, or if you're just a psychologist, it's not going to be effective. It needs to have a team that brings a lot of all these experience, expertise together. So if you are interested to become a fraud examiner, I mean, you can bring whatever that you're good at, because it all helps at the end of the day. So it's not a one-person job, but it needs a lot of expertise.
Then Mr. Patrick, the next question from Mr. Doni Sadono, Jakarta. How do you measure the success of anti-corruption program in your company?
Okay, so the question is that how do we measure anti-corruption? How do we measure the success of anti-corruption program in the company? It's a good question. Well, the ultimate goal is that we don't have any government investigations. It's something that we want to avoid at any cost, not having into trouble or being investigated by governments of any anti-corruptions. So I think that's the main goal, right? How do we measure success? So if we have no government investigations or any call or needs of being investigated, that's mean it's good. But more about how we can do on a day-to-day activities, how do we measure it? We put this compliance as part of the executive management package. So meaning like we do corporate audit, internal audit, we do on a review on the we review on whether the procedures being done correctly. And we say that if all these activities are done, there are not really a lot of findings, and then all the new programs being rolled out effectively. And then we say that the managements reach the requirements on the making sure that the compliance program being effective, and we have the bonus measures being part of it. So that's also what we say that how do you measure success is that any audits that we conducted, we didn't find anything major. And then we track preventions program, I think making sure that all these measures that being done by the salespeople, by people in accounting, by corporate audit, they are all done correctly, and there's not really finding that we say that I think our anti-corruption program is being done quite successful.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Patrick, for such an amazing information. The question for Mr. Patrick already finished. Oh, okay, just it. Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick, Christian, for giving us such informative and interesting presentation. Before we go to the next course, we give a best thanks to you for giving us this course vocabulary.
My pleasure too, and it's been always a topic that's very passionate with me, combating corruptions. And I think it's something that as individual we can do a small step, but then if we keep doing the right thing, we encourage people around us to do the right thing, there will be a day that there won't be any bribes and corruptions anymore. And I think it helps everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Patrick. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the next course. Our speaker for the next course was Mr. Eman Marpaung. Mr. Eman Marpaung, are you already here? Okay, we're waiting a minute. Good afternoon, Mr. Eman.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to who? Is that right? How do I address your name? To who? Or... Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's good.
Clearly.
That's
Okay,
good.
ladies and gentlemen, our speaker for the third class is Mr. Eman Marpaung, SA, MFCG, CFA, Forensic Services Manager at PwC Indonesia, Master in Forensic Accounting and Financial Crime, a private investigator. Mr. Eman Marpaung, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Tuhu. So can I ask your team to present the slide from your end?
Okay, operator, please. The slide.
Okay. And also for everyone, I will be speaking in Bahasa for this, just to make sure that it will be easier to understand this, because a lot of techniques, terms and terminology here that I'm going to use, so it's better for me to use Bahasa Indonesia, but there will be someone to interpret it from Bahasa to English. Okay, let's start it. So yeah, so thank you again. Terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu, teman-teman semua yang pada kesempatan pagi menjelang siang hari ini bisa hadir ya. Dan ekspektasi saya dan kita semua juga mungkin semoga apa yang kita pelajari hari ini sedikit banyak dapat menambah wawasan kita semua dalam hal forensic accounting. Baik, sedikit perkenalan dari saya sekali lagi. Nama saya Eman Marpaung. Saat ini saya bekerja di PwC Indonesia di divisi forensik. Saya baru kembali dari Sydney, Australia, karena sebelumnya bekerja di BDO Australia di Sydney office, di divisi forensik juga. Oke, next. Can we go to the next slide? Jadi pada kesempatan hari ini kita akan melihat beberapa topik, ada 4 topik besar di sini. Yang pertama, Principles of Fraud and Corruption. Yang kedua, survei yang dilakukan oleh PwC mengenai fraud dan financial crime di Indonesia dan di global. Yang ketiga, saya juga akan coba berbagi studi kasus yang pernah saya kerjakan di Indonesia. Dan yang poin terakhir adalah kita akan coba melihat beberapa contoh financial statement fraud dan bagaimana cara mendeteksinya. Next. Oke, next. Untuk semuanya mungkin nanti saya bicaranya agak lebih pelan karena nanti interpreter akan coba menginterpret dari bahasa ke Inggris. Oke, nah sebelum kita bicara pentingnya forensic accounting dalam hal mendeteksi fraud, kita perlu mengetahui dulu nih surrounding fraud and corruption itu sendiri. Dari segi fraud triangle, mungkin semua sudah sangat familiar ya. Jadi saya ingin coba melihat dari prinsip fraud and corruption. Jadi ada 5 prinsip dalam fraud and corruption yang dimana 5 prinsip ini dicetuskan dari International Fraud Forum yang diikuti oleh Australia, Kanada, Inggris, Amerika, dan New Zealand. Yang pertama itu there is no one solution. Yes, jadi there is no one solution untuk mendeteksi dan mengurangi tindak fraud. Nah, kalau kita coba next lagi. Oke, next beberapa. Ya, oke. Next beberapa kali. Oke, di sebelah coba next. Oke, good. Jadi di sebelah kanan kita itu adalah report yang dikeluarkan oleh ACFE, Report to the Nation tahun 2020 untuk region Asia Pasifik. Jadi dari report tersebut menjelaskan bahwa 44% fraud terdeteksi dari tips ini whistleblowing system atau hotline, di mana majority pengaduannya sekitar 48% dilaporkan oleh employee di perusahaan di mana kasus itu terjadi. Saya pribadi sih melihat bahwa hotline ini merupakan salah satu tools yang sangat direkomendasikan untuk mendeteksi fraud. Juga research menemukan bahwa rata-rata kerugian perusahaan yang menggunakan hotline itu lebih rendah sekitar 40% daripada perusahaan yang tidak menggunakan hotline. Jadi research mengatakan mereka bisa mereduce cost 40% lebih rendah ya dari penggunaan hotline. Nah, dengan adanya hotline tersebut, kemungkinan fraud dapat terdeteksi itu lebih awal, sehingga hal ini bisa balik lagi tadi, menurunkan potensi kerugian. Nah, saya juga perlu sampaikan bahwa hotline di sini harus dibarengin dengan fraud awareness training. Jadi tidak bisa hanya hotline-nya saja, tapi harus dibarengi dengan training. Dan training ini disampaikan pada employee dan juga bahkan third party. Nah, di Australia itu sendiri per 1 Januari 2020, semua perusahaan yang memiliki konsolidasi revenue lebih dari 50 juta Australian dollars dan consolidated asetnya lebih dari 25 juta Australian dollars atau memiliki hotline, maksud saya employee lebih dari 100 orang atau lebih, maka perusahaan tersebut diwajibkan untuk memiliki whistleblowing hotline dan policy. Jadi pemerintah Australia juga melihat bahwa whistleblowing system ini sangat baik ya untuk mendeteksi fraud. Kemudian next, ini beberapa informasi saja. Next slide. Okay. Lagi. Okay. Nah, yang kedua adalah fraud dan corruption are ever changing. Jadi artinya selalu berubah-ubah. Baik dari skema atau cara fraudster melakukan fraud juga sekarang sudah sangat evolving. Jadi sebagai seorang forensic accounting dan juga investigator, kita harus sudah ahead of the fraudster. Nah, di sebelah kanan saya, di sebelah kanan kita itu ada data dari SFI juga mencatat untuk perusahaan yang jumlah employee kurang dari 100 orang, corruption menjadi skema yang paling banyak terjadi. Kemudian disusul oleh billing, financial statement fraud, dan lain-lain. Dan yang di bawah, lebih dari 100 orang employee, corruption juga menjadi fraud yang paling teratas ya, disusul oleh non-cash dan experience reimbursement. Nah, kita akan melihat nanti beberapa dari skema tersebut dari kasus yang kita bahas nanti. Next. Oke. Yang ketiga, fraud prevention merupakan cara yang paling efektif untuk memitigasi fraud dan corruption. Ada beberapa cara seperti yang kita lihat di bawah untuk memitigasi fraud. Yang pertama itu tone at the top. Jadi tone at the top ini bisa dibilang dari manajemennya itu sendiri harus sudah enforce the company untuk to say no to corruption, ya. Kemudian disusul oleh fraud risk assessment, employee selection process, increasing the perception of detections, dan fraud prevention policy. Oke, saya klik aja bagian sini, next. Oke, di nomor 4 ada fraud and corruption, itu tidak bisa, is always going to be fraud. Artinya tidak akan hilang ya, dan akan selalu ada fraud and corruption. Yang bisa kita lakukan adalah sebenarnya meminimalisir insiden fraud dan kerugian yang ditimbulkan. Misalnya kita bisa menggunakan beberapa fraud prevention strategy yang tadi kita bahas sebelumnya. Jadi fraud-nya tersebut bisa teridentifikasi lebih awal. Sehingga fraud-nya belum sempat terjadi atau kerugian fraud yang timbul itu lebih kecil karena sudah terlebih dahulu teridentifikasi atau teridentifikasi lebih awal, misalnya seperti itu. Nah, dari chart di samping yang ingin saya mau tekankan adalah red flag fraud tadinya. Kita bisa lihat bahwa ada 5 common red flag fraud ya. Yang pertama, 33% living beyond means. Kemudian 22% unusually close association with vendors or customers. Kemudian disusul financial statement, financial difficulties 16%. Next. Oke, yang kelima, doing the right thing, finding fraud is a good thing. Jadi doing the right things is not always meant that right things would happen to you. Jadi sebuah review yang dilakukan oleh salah satu diterbitkan di artikel Fraud Magazine. Jadi reviewnya menyatakan bahwa sebesar 74% dari orang yang melaporkan fraud atau disebut whistleblower itu tereliminasi. Gitu. 15%-nya diberikan poor evaluation dan 6%-nya disuspend dan 5% lainnya ditransfer ke divisi atau wilayah lain. Nah, that's something yang happen ya saat ini gitu. Jadi memang perlu perbaikan dari berbagai pihak untuk perlindungan terhadap whistleblower ditingkatkan, khususnya di Indonesia. Nah, misal di Australia seperti itu. Perlindungan terhadap whistleblower itu menurut saya sudah cukup bagus karena diatur dalam Corporate Act 2001 dan Project Disclosure Act 2012. Di sana peraturannya melindungi whistleblower tidak hanya informasi si whistleblower itu sendiri, tapi juga melindungi dari panggilan pengadilan gitu. Dan sanksi yang diberikan kepada perusahaan yang mendetermine whistleblower itu juga cukup serius gitu. Di Indonesia masih belum karena masih mengacu kepada Undang-Undang Nomor 31 kalau tidak salah tahun 2014 tentang perlindungan saksi dan korban. Jadi harapannya perbaikan ke depan di Indonesia untuk memiliki undang-undang yang spesifik mengatur perlindungan terhadap whistleblower. Baik itu adalah 5 principles fraud and corruption. Next. Selanjutnya kita akan coba melihat survei yang dilakukan oleh PwC terkait fraud dan economic crime survey. Next. Oke, jadi yang pertama, jadi survei ini dilakukan oleh PwC terdiri dari 5.000 lebih responden ya, yang berada di 99 territories. Dan dari Indonesia itu sendiri ada 171 partisipan yang mengikuti survei ini, di mana lebih dari 50% dari respondennya merupakan private companies dan dari 66% respondennya merupakan C-suites atau eksekutif dan 70%-nya merupakan responden yang bekerja di perusahaan dengan annual turnover $100 juta US. Next. Nah, key takeaway pertama dari survei ini adalah untuk Indonesia, sekitar 50% dari Indonesian respondent menyatakan bahwa di organisasi atau perusahaan mereka mengalami tindak fraud, corruption, dan economic crime lainnya di 24 bulan terakhir. Ya. Next. Oke. Kemudian key takeaway yang kedua adalah di Indonesia sendiri top 5 jenis fraud yang sering terjadi sebagian besar adalah asset misappropriation, customer fraud, dan bribery and corruption. Itu yang top 3 dan disusul oleh procurement fraud dan financial statement fraud. Next. Next slide. Key takeaway yang ketiga dari survei ini adalah di Indonesia top 5 jenis fraud yang impact-nya paling disruptive atau yang paling besar adalah consumer fraud. Kemudian diikuti oleh cybercrime, financial statement fraud, kemudian asset misappropriation, dan bribery and corruption. Yang di bawah, circle yang di bawah, apakah perusahaan memiliki program khusus untuk mengatasi risiko fraud tersebut? Jadi kita bisa lihat di cybercrime ternyata hanya 40% perusahaan yang memiliki program untuk mengantisipasi cybercrime. Untuk accounting atau dan financial statement fraud sebesar 44% perusahaan yang memiliki program khusus untuk ini gitu ya. Jadi kita bisa lihat masih kurang program yang dibentuk atau yang didesain untuk mengatasi resiko-resiko fraud tersebut. Dan mungkin ini bisa untuk penelitian lebih lanjut ya. Oke, next. Oke, key takeaway yang terakhir adalah by industry. Jadi industri apa dan jenis fraud apa yang paling rentan kita bisa lihat di sini. Misal di energi dan resource ya. Di energi dan resource, bribery and corruption menduduki peringkat pertama yaitu di 17% yang paling disruptif untuk industri ini. Nah, kalau Bapak Ibu mungkin bekerja di financial services, customer fraud menjadi yang paling disruptif sebesar 27%. Dan kalau ada yang bekerja di health industries, cybercrime juga menjadi yang paling teratas ya. Akhir-akhir ini memang saya lihat cybercrime lumayan menduduki posisi teratas ya dalam hal paling disruptif terkait dengan fraud eventnya. Oke, next. Oke, berikutnya kita akan coba melihat fraud and corruption cases yang ada di Indonesia. Yang pertama, kita akan coba lihat invoice financing fraud. Next. Oke. Oke, dulu stop di sini. Oke, saya mungkin jelaskan dulu pihak-pihak atau parties yang relate ya. Yang pertama itu project owners. Sekali lagi di sini nama perusahaannya sudah saya edit atau sudah saya alter ya. Jadi ini bukan the actual, tapi eventnya atau kejadiannya kita bisa belajar sama-sama. Oke, project owner-nya PLN. Kemudian anak perusahaan ada PT Bumi Perkasa. Kemudian ada BRI Syariah, kemudian ada Altria Capital Limited yang berlokasi di Singapura, Global Trading juga berlokasi di Singapura, dan Standard Chartered yang ada di London. Kejadiannya mungkin seperti saya sudah menomorin. Januari 2012, PLN melakukan tender, dan tender ini dimenangkan oleh PT Bumi Perkasa. PT Bumi Perkasa ini merupakan anak perusahaan dari BUMN. Dan di bulan Oktober tahun 2012, perusahaan ini membutuhkan fresh cash atau fresh funds. Hanya saja, kerjasama dengan BRI Syariah itu hanya memprovide AP atau LC facilities. Jadi, PT Bumi Perkasa dan Bank Syariah memiliki kerjasama. Kerjasamanya seperti apa? Setiap revenue yang diterima atas pembayaran kinerja performance oleh PLN ke Bumi Perkasa masuk ke rekening BRI Syariah. Gitu. As an exchange, sebagai gantinya, BRI Syariah akan memberikan fasilitas pembayaran account payable mereka menggunakan letter of credit. Gitu ya. Kemudian di bulan Maret 2013, PT Bumi Perkasa ini melakukan kolusi dengan Altria melakukan commit invoice financing fraud. Jadi invoice financing fraud ini mereka akan create fake PO dan nanti Altria akan create fake invoice. Dan jumlah invoice-nya dari kasus ini adalah 1,8 juta American dollars. Kemudian nomor 5 pada bulan Maret 2013 BRI Syariah mengisu LC yang akan jatuh tempo dalam jangka 8 bulan kemudian. Kemudian di poin nomor 6, pada bulan Maret yang sama, Global Trading Pty Ltd yang merupakan affiliate company dari Altria mentransfer uang ke PT Bumi Perkasa, dan yang ditransfer adalah 1,7. Jadi mereka bisa dapat fresh cash atau fresh fund. Tapi next hutangnya antara PT Bumi Perkasa dengan BRI Syariah itu 1,8 juta. Next. Coba diklik next. Oke. Nah, pada bulan November 2013, PT Syariah membayarkan LC yang sudah jatuh tempo tadi 1,8 juta ke Altaria, ya, setelah jatuh tempo dalam waktu 8 bulan kemudian. Pembayaran menggunakan standar Chartered Bank yang ada di London. Jadi dari skema ini, PT Bumi Perkasa menerima 1,7 juta dolar dari GP, tetapi pada saat bersamaan memiliki hutang ke BRI Syariah sebesar 1,8 juta. Terdapat perbedaan 100.000 American dollars dan ini dikonsider sebagai fee. Gitu. Dan 1,7 juta dolar ini tadi partly sebagian digunakan tidak pada fungsinya, yaitu entertainment fee yang banyak merupakan under money table treatment gitu. Kemudian di early tahun 2016 directors-nya resign. Gitu. Baik, ini adalah salah satu kasus. Coba next. Next lagi. Oke. Nah, bagaimana cara mendeteksinya? Jadi kasus ini pertama cara saya mendeteksi adalah kita melakukan analisa terhadap expense dan revenue jurnalnya. Jadi kita ambil biasanya expense yang paling besar dan revenue yang paling besar dari GL, General Ledger. Kemudian kita reconstruct jurnalnya dan kita identifikasi irregularities. Ya. Dan ketika ditemukan, kita lakukan interview. Untuk kasus ini sendiri, irregularities-nya di GL itu seperti ini. PT Bumi Perkasa dengan Altaria, itu PO-nya pembelian barangnya. Dan pembelian barang ini seperti pipa, gitu besi. Dan cukup mahal, 1,8. Jadi terlihat di record GL-nya itu ada pembelian. Nah, kemudian pada bulan yang sama, sekitar beberapa hari kemudian terjadi penjualan. Jadi barang pipa ini kemudian dijual kembali. Dijual kembali dengan harga 1,7 juta. Nah, ini raise suspicion bahwa ketika suatu perusahaan sudah dibeli ya, kemudian dijual dalam waktu yang singkat, ini raise suspicion. Kenapa? Dan secara jurnal, ketika dia jual 1,7 juta, itu karena kehitung barang second. Jadi makanya harganya lebih rendah. Gitu. Dan dari sini kita coba interview mengapa ada transaksi seperti ini. Dan di actualnya itu yang seperti saya jelaskan yang ada di depan kita. Jadi ini actual, tapi dari pembukuan dibukukan sebagai transaksi jual beli. PO dan DO gitu ya, jual beli pipa besi. Kita next. Oke, mungkin sebelum next saya sampaikan, since the PT Bumi Perkasa ini merupakan subsidiary dari state-owned enterprises, BUMN, the government lost millions rupiah. Jadi karena PT Bumi Perkasa merupakan anak BUMN, jadi utang tersebut ke Bank PT Syariah, BRI Syariah, itu merupakan utang negara juga. Oke, next. Next. Okay. Berikutnya adalah fraudulent revenue recognition. Dan ini sama juga kasusnya ada di Indonesia. Next. Oke. Baik. Jadi dari kasus ini, pertama kita lihat bahwa the client recognize revenue based on cost base instead of percentage of completion. Jadi berdasarkan PSAK, peraturan untuk construction company, mereka seharusnya merecognize revenue itu on percentage of completion seharusnya. Tapi apa yang terjadi adalah mereka merecognize revenue berdasarkan cost base. Kemudian temuan yang kedua adalah inflate revenue without supporting document. Jadi ini yang dua temuan yang kita temukan dalam kasus ini. Sebentar lagi saya akan coba jelaskan kasusnya seperti apa. Jadi kasus ini merupakan konsorsium ya. Ada PT ABC, kliennya kita, dan kemudian PT Raja Wali. PT Raja Wali dan klien PT ABC itu konsorsium 40% dan 60%. Nilai kontraknya ada dua kontrak rupiah dan kontrak American dollars. Kontrak rupiah sebesar 407 M. Kemudian untuk kontrak USD 113 M. Miliar ya, bahasa Inggrisnya billion. Totalnya 520,7 M. Di mana dengan pembagian 40% 60% kita bisa sama-sama melihat di tabel paling atas gitu ya. Jadi PT ABC akan mendapatkan sekitar 208 M dan Raja Wali mendapatkan 312 lebih M. Nah, kasusnya yang pertama ya mereka merecognize revenue. Di tabel kedua yang di bawah itu ada green, ada coba next lagi, next slide, klik next, sorry bukan next slide, klik next. Ya, oke. Tabel yang di bawah ada warna hijau, kuning, dan merah. Warna hijau itu invoice-nya mereka sudah di-approve oleh project owner. Jadi sistemnya dalam hal konstruksi, ketika let's say kita punya project construction, completion construction itu harus ditandatangani atau disetujui oleh tiga pihak. Yang pertama adalah company, which is itu project owner-nya gitu. Yang kedua customer, dan yang ketiga itu evaluator. Jadi company yang melakukan pekerjaan, kemudian company yang meng-hire, dan yang terakhir evaluator. Dan itu harus desain oleh tiga parties ini. Artinya oke, disetujui. Seperti itu ya. Nah, untuk yang 4 poin paling atas yang diwarnai warna hijau, mereka mengakui pendapatan sebesar itu gitu. 3,24%, 1,50%, 1,85%, dan terakhir 0,90%. Itu di agree presentasinya. Nah, kemudian yang kuning itu ada invoice, tetapi belum di-approve oleh project owner. Artinya ada something di sini, tapi invoice-nya sudah diterbitkan. Untuk yang merah, itu fake revenues. Jadi revenue invoice-nya bahkan tidak ada, belum sempat diterbitkan gitu. Tapi mereka merecognize, mengakui pendapatan tersebut. Nah, kalau kita lihat lebih dalam di bagian persentase itu sampai 103%. Artinya completion itu normally sampai 100 dan project ini itu belum selesai waktu itu. Dan waktu itu sudah belum selesai, dari segi presentasi completion diakui sudah 103%. Jadi itu saja sudah red flag gitu ya. Dan dari segi uang materinya paling bawah itu 184 M. Dan itu sekali lagi pekerjaannya belum selesai, gitu. Dan yang boleh diakui mereka adalah 208 M paling atas. Nah, kalau kita lihat lebih detail lagi di pengakuan progres yang pertama itu mereka mengakui 44% revenue. Yang saya highlight warna biru. Nah, mereka mengakui expense ini mengakui revenue berdasarkan cost ya. Jadi cost-nya yang sudah diakui mereka 2,3 tetapi 2,9 M biaya 3,24% dikali dengan total fee maka dapat nilai segitu yang 5,2 M. Ya. Jadi biayanya 2,9 M, pendapat 5,2 M, maka margin atau revenue-nya 2,3 M atau sekitar 44%. Dan hal ini dilakukan mereka sebenarnya biayanya itu sudah lebih besar dari 2,9 M. Tapi yang mereka akui biayanya lebih rendah. Alasannya kenapa? Agar marginnya terlihat lebih tinggi di progres pertama, tahun pertama. Gitu. Jadi kalau di laporan keuangan nanti kelihatan mendapatkan margin 44%. Maka mereka akan dapat, direkturnya akan dapat bonus. Gitu. Dan sama juga yang kedua, 30% marginnya. Jadi biaya cost-nya dikurangin dan pendapatannya berdasarkan persentase itu. Walaupun sekali lagi, the actual cost-nya itu lebih dari sana. Oke. Nah, itu merupakan case fraudulent revenue recognition. Cara kita mendeteksinya seperti yang di sebelah kiri. Pertama, kita harus understand dulu kontrak agreement-nya seperti apa. Kemudian kita rekonstruksi ulang revenue jurnalnya berdasarkan general ledger. Dan yang terakhir kita minta supporting documents dari revenue-nya. Dan pastinya kita harus meminta supporting dokumen yang sudah di-sign. Ya, seperti itu. Next. Waktunya tinggal nggak banyak lagi. Kemudian financial statement fraud, red flags, and how to detect them. Next. Oke, ini saya ada beberapa contoh financial statement fraud dan juga bagaimana cara mendeteksinya. Mungkin saya akan explain sangat briefly biar nanti ada kesempatan untuk tanya jawab. Yang pertama, fabricated revenue. Bagaimana cara mendeteksinya? Jadi kita bisa lihat ya, yang pertama calculate gross margin ratio monthly and quarterly. Kemudian yang kedua adalah kita analisa cost that are closely related to sales. Nah, hal yang ketiga adalah see supporting documents, kemudian check sales activity and adjustment, perform testing accounts, dan shipping cost analysis. Yang saya mungkin ingin coba jelaskan adalah terkait dengan supporting dokumennya ya, karena kita sering berhubungan dengan supporting dokumen. Ada beberapa hal yang perlu diperhatikan ketika kita mereview supporting dokumen. Yang pertama, kita harus lihat apakah supporting dokumen yang diberikan semuanya adalah fotokopian atau original. Kalau bisa, kita bisa minta beberapa yang original. Dan ketika kita minta yang original, kita lihat apakah dokumennya itu ditempa atau diganti. Saya ada kasus di mana ketika saya terima supporting dokumennya, dia sudah ditempa maksudnya di kop suratnya itu dilem, jadi kelihatan itu bukan original. Jadi digunting, dilem, kemudian angkanya diganti. Kemudian di-scan, kemudian di-print dulu baru di-scan, itu supaya nggak kelihatan bekatnya gitu. Dan itu terjadi, gitu. Jadi make sure hati-hati dalam melakukan review terhadap dokumen. Kemudian kita bandingkan angka yang di-invoice sama nggak yang dicatat. Kemudian kita bisa juga lakukan sampel konfirmasi ke customer, apakah AR, account receivable-nya sudah benar atau belum. Kemudian kita bisa juga cek transaksi penjualan kredit yang besar-besar di akhir periode. Jadi transaksi penjualan kreditnya yang besar khususnya ke related party. Karena misal mungkin pernah dengar kasus Garuda, itu terjadi transaksi yang besar, kredit ya, account receivable dengan related party. Jadi transaksi yang seperti itu perlu diperhatikan. Kemudian lakukan pengecekan pada aktivitas penjualan dan adjustment. Biasanya saya selalu lihat jurnal sales pada akhir quarter atau akhir tahun. Dan perhatikan akun adjustment-nya, khususnya angka yang bulat-bulat gitu. Biasanya angka yang bulat-bulat itu sering red flag. Dan kita bisa minta supporting dokumen untuk sales reverse yang besar-besar. Kemudian kita bisa juga lakukan pengujian pada laporan aging piutang. Pada dasarnya fabricated piutang atau piutang yang dimanipulasi itu tidak akan dibayar gitu ya. Jadi kita bisa berikan lebih attention pada penjualan akhir tahun yang tidak wajar dan yang belum dibayar gitu. Apakah hal itu merupakan fabricated piutang? Nah, selain itu, kita juga bisa melakukan perhitungan account receivable turnover in day ratio. Jadi rasio ini kita bisa mendapat gambaran turnover receivable-nya itu berapa. Kalau terjadi peningkatan atau penurunan yang signifikan atas rasio ini, maka ada potensi red flag di sana. Dan perlu kita investigasi lebih lanjut. Kemudian kita bisa lagi analisa shopping cost. Nah, untuk shipping cost ini, kita bisa pilih beberapa shipping expense dari GL. Saya biasanya pilih yang shipping terjadi pada akhir periode. Kemudian saya trace sampai ke sales dokumennya. Juga kadang verifikasi ke alamatnya. Jadi apakah alamat yang tertera di sales invoice-nya itu sudah sama dengan alamat pengiriman. Karena ada kasus yang pernah saya bantu juga, perusahaan tools dan lampu yang terbesar di dunia, finance director-nya melakukan penjualan. Penjualannya ini dia kirim alamat penjualannya ke rumah, dia punya rumah saudaranya ya, jadi ke rumah saudaranya, dan itu tinggal di sana selama kira-kira kurang dari setahun, kemudian di return. Jadi pada tahun itu salesnya dia akan meningkat, kemudian the next period maka akan turun, dan itu ada shipping cost-nya di sana kita, jadi kita bisa lihat shipping cost untuk melihat fabricated revenue. Berikutnya untuk the improper recording of sales returns and allowance and discounts and how to detect them. Jadi yang pertama kita bisa lakukan analisa perbandingan sales return dan allowance-nya. Jadi yang kita bandingkan adalah beban sales return and allowance antara satu quarter dengan quarter yang lain atau suatu periode dengan periode sebelumnya. Kemudian kita juga bisa melakukan pengecekan ke invoice dan jurnal penjualannya. Saya biasa pilih sampel penjualan yang ada diskon-diskonnya. Kemudian saya cek ke jurnal penjualannya, apakah sudah dicatat sebagai contra sales account. Dan kemudian jika ada biaya offsite store yang saya jelaskan sebelumnya, mungkin digunakan untuk menyembunyikan barang yang di return tadi, gitu. Dan yang terakhir, cara mendeteksinya kita bisa konfirmasi piutang dengan customer. Jadi jika ada perbedaan antara pencatatan di customer dengan pencatatan di perusahaan, maka ada kemungkinan return atau diskonnya tidak dicatat. Sehingga ketika return atau diskon tidak dicatat, maka sales yang dicatat adalah gross amount, sehingga revenue-nya overstated. Seperti itu ya. Kemudian improper capitalization. Nah, hal yang kita bisa lakukan untuk melihat improper capitalization adalah kita bisa melakukan poaching expenditure. Jadi saya biasa pilih beberapa transaksi yang besar di expense, contohnya seperti repair and maintenance, dan saya bandingkan dengan company capitalization policy. Jadi policy-nya bilang apa, kemudian pengakuannya seperti apa. Untuk sebagai informasi seperti itu ya, perusahaan itu hanya boleh mengkapitalisasi biaya yang akan menghasilkan future benefit. Jadi misalnya suatu perusahaan dia melakukan pelebaran bangunan, itu bisa expense-nya dikapitalisasi. Tapi jika ada, let's say, expense-nya hanya habis pada waktu berjalan, itu harusnya dibebankan sebagai expense, jadi bukan dikapitalisasi. Banyak yang terjadi, biaya-biaya tersebut itu dikapitalisasi, which is yang seharusnya dijadikan expense. Misal contohnya repair and maintenance, research and development. Nah, ini kadang-kadang sering dijadikan sebagai kapitalisasi. Tujuannya apa? Tujuannya untuk menjadikan perusahaan itu terlihat lebih sehat karena aset akan meningkat. Ketika ada expense dan itu dikapitalisasi, maka itu masuk ke aset. Asetnya akan meningkat. Dari sisi expense yang seharusnya itu lump sum dibebankan pada tahun berjalan, itu harus didepresiasi. Jadi selama let's say 5 tahun, sehingga dari segi income-nya akan meningkat. Jadi itu yang sering dilakukan, improper capitalization. Dan pertanyaannya, apa jadi yang harus atau bisa di-expand, apa yang tidak bisa, sekali lagi maaf, apa yang bisa di-expand, apa yang bisa dikapitalisasi, dan expand apa yang tidak bisa dikapitalisasi. Tadi contohnya saya bilang jika ada bagian kantor yang misalnya rusak akibat pohon yang jatuh atau karena angin badai, ini merupakan expense karena memperbaiki yang rusak ke kondisi semula. Gitu. Dan kalau melakukan pelebaran bangunan, penambahan jumlah konstruksi, gitu, itu bisa dijadikan capex. Balik lagi, cara mendeteksinya adalah kita bisa melakukan trace transaksi. Kita bisa pilih beberapa aset terbentuk, kemudian trace dokumentasinya dan cek pencatatannya apakah sudah dicatat dengan nilai yang benar atau belum. Atau kita bisa lihat analisa PEP-nya, jika ada peningkatan machinery dan equipment yang signifikan dan tidak konsisten dengan pertumbuhan sales, kita bisa minta ke penjelasan ke manajemen. Artinya, pertumbuhan PEP dan pertumbuhan sales itu harus inline gitu ya. Kalau dia meningkat salesnya, itu make sense kalau PEP-nya meningkat. Tetapi kalau PEP-nya meningkat tapi sales-nya menurun selama beberapa tahun, itu doesn't make sense. Kita perlu minta penjelasan ke manajemen. Dan yang terakhir, peak pieces inventory. Dan cara kita melihat, kita bisa calculate inventory turnover ratio, kemudian perform comparison testing antara data yang di-record di sistem dan di stock take. Pengalaman saya, kasus ada pernah waktu itu di OC, di mana waktu stock take, dia tulis let's say 100 unit ya atas inventory itu. Tapi manajernya ganti di stock take-nya itu tulis 200. Sehingga ada polusi juga di sana. Ketika admin yang memasukkan ke sistem, dia sudah diinfo untuk memasukkan angka yang dia lingkarin, sehingga antara sistem dan stock take sheet-nya lebih berbeda dan terjadi inflated inventory di sana. Dan yang terakhir, melakukan do site visit ke warehouse. Jadi site visit biasanya sangat penting untuk dilakukan, memastikan bahwa aset mereka berupa inventory itu exist. I think that's the last point. Next, kayaknya sudah ke question tadi ya. Oke. Mungkin saya kembalikan ke Pak Tuhu.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Eman Marpaung. And there is already 4 questions for you.
Yeah.
The first one was from Mr. Muhammad Iqbal Ismail. And the question is, how do we differentiate between a tank and a collusion in Indonesia? What about the situation in other countries?
Apa dan apa? Perbedaan apa?
Tank and collusion.
Tank and collusion.
Dia tanya satunya kolusi.
Kolusi dan satu lagi apa?
Ini tulisannya tank and collusion, Pak. Tank ini apa?
Dia lebih mungkin bisa orang yang bersangkutan live question. Maksudnya seperti apa? Tank like thank you atau tank penulisannya?
If not, maybe we'll go to the next question, sir.
Yeah, let's do the next question.
The next question from Miss Indah Purnamasari from Aceh.
Okay.
Question: how can state financial accountants work well and the economic finances of the Indonesian people can be better? While in our own country, there are still many financial management that are not in accordance with their needs or objective, and in addition, during the pandemic, people's income is very difficult.
Yes, it's sorry, it's quite difficult to understand that. Boleh nggak ya orangnya langsung question?
Saya lihat.
Yeah.
Ini Pak, di Indonesia kan aja Pak.
Ya,
Bagaimana
boleh.
akuntan keuangan negara bisa berjalan dengan baik dan keuangan ekonomi masyarakat negara Indonesia bisa lebih baik. Sedangkan di negara kita sendiri masih banyak pengelolaan keuangan tidak sesuai dengan kebutuhan atau tujuannya. Ditambah lagi saat ini masa pandemi, masyarakat sangat sulit untuk pendapatan.
Okay, so thank you for the question, Indah. Now I got your question. So I think saya bahasa Indonesia saja. Yang perlu diperhatikan khususnya ya di negara kita terkait dengan pengelolaan keuangan adalah kontrol di sana gitu. Jadi saya lihat juga khususnya di pemerintahan kontrolnya masih belum kuat gitu. Seperti masih kalau di negara lain kemungkinan mereka sudah punya data analytics yang udah terkoneksi dengan sistem accountingnya mereka. Jadi setiap ada pengeluaran expense itu bisa dimonitor in timely manner. Jadi bisa terlihat nih. Kemudian juga dari segi kontrol di negara kita masih banyak ya korupsi and fraud and corruption. Dan ini yang perlu diperbaiki, di mana penggunaan dana itu harusnya sesuai dengan kebutuhan. Nah, bagaimana caranya? Balik lagi itu saya rekomendasikan sih ke sistemnya. Sistemnya harus memang sangat kuat sehingga tidak membuka pintu-pintu untuk terjadi pembobolan expense gitu ya, expense yang tidak seharusnya tidak untuk tujuan tertentu gitu. Oke, mungkin itu bisa membantu.
Oke Pak, untuk yang selanjutnya ini ada pertanyaan dari Pak Arjuna Sriwijaya. Pertanyaannya, seberapa jauh ketidakhadiran undang-undang pembuktian terbalik untuk pemberantasan korupsi menyulitkan upaya pemberantasan korupsi ditinjau dari segi forensic accounting?
Bisa diulangi lagi, undang-undang apa?
Undang-undang ini Pak, pembuktian terbalik untuk pemberantasan korupsi.
Oke, next pertanyaannya.
Seberapa jauh ketidakhadiran undang-undang pembuktian terbalik untuk pemberantasan korupsi menyulitkan upaya pemberantasan korupsi ditinjau dari segi forensic accounting?
Oke, jadi Pak Arjuna, mungkin mohon maaf, saya undang-undang pembuktian terbalik dari yang dikorupsi ini saya memang belum familiar karena di OC kita belum ya saya kurang familiar dengan ini. Jadi saya takut memberikan opini yang saya juga kurang certain.
Oke Pak, yang selanjutnya dari Ibu Arin Jakarta.
Ya.
Ini dalam penelitiannya BINES M-score sering digunakan untuk mengindikasikan adanya manipulasi laporan keuangan. Apakah dalam praktik BINES M-score ini digunakan juga selain analisis rasio dan analisis vertikal horizontal?
BINES M-score ya?
Ya.
Oke, jadi di BINES M-score itu mereka si foundernya ya menggunakan beberapa rasio, dan rasio itu tentu berhubungan dengan rasio laporan keuangan. Kita banyak beberapa rasionya, saya tidak hafal satu-satu rasionya. Kemudian rasio itu diformulasikan dengan rumus yang sudah ditentukan dengan dia, dan kalau tidak salah minus 2,22 gitu ya. Jadi kalau di atas itu ini saya pernah discuss dengan orang yang pernah menggunakan model ini, dan itu cukup work ya, dan udah ada penelitian juga terkait ini, dan itu bisa memberikan red flag atas financial statement fraud. Pertanyaannya apakah dia menggunakan comparison? I think untuk BM score ini dia hanya rely untuk yang tadi saya jelaskan. Cuman untuk mereview laporan keuangan itu perlu beberapa teknik yang lain. Salah satunya vertikal dan horizontal, dan juga mungkin comparison yang lain. Dan perbandingan antara misal ketika sales-nya meningkat, apakah revenue-nya juga HR-nya juga meningkat gitu. Jangan karena akun sales dan akun revenue ya, akun receivable itu juga harusnya beriringan, meningkat bersamaan. Jadi ketika even juga expense gitu. Kalau expense yang meningkat, supposed to be revenue-nya juga meningkat. Nah, ketika ada tidak berjalan beriringan atau not in parallel, itu something yang red flag. Jadi yang tadi perlu juga dipertimbangkan dalam melihat financial statement fraud.
Di last question, Sir, ini lanjutan masih dari Bu Arin tadi. Bagaimana menilai efektivitas whistleblowing system dalam suatu organisasi?
Oke, untuk melihat efektivitas WBS ya. Jadi ini sebagai sharing informasi bahwa kita melakukan research terkait dengan WBS yang di BUMN. Kita melihat bahwa 94% dari kasus yang keungkap ke publik, perusahaan tersebut itu sudah memiliki WBS. Dan artinya kenapa terlihat bahwa itu tidak efektif ya. Kenapa? Karena mereka manage internally within the company gitu. Jadi bukan diserahkan kepada third party. Nah, ketika hal itu terjadi, banyak yang terjadi ketika ada whistleblower yang raise isu atau masalah, itu tidak di-treat confidential yang pertama. Kemudian tidak ada action terhadap itu. Kemudian juga karena ada override gitu ya. Jadi orang di dalam itu dikontrol. Jadi tidak kemana-mana, tidak ada solusi atau seperti itu, sehingga trust dari staffnya juga berkurang. Trust terhadap whistleblowing system ini berkurang, dan ini yang mengakibatkan whistleblowing itu tidak efektif. Nah, kita selalu rekomendasi untuk WBS-nya di manage oleh eksternal. Karena ketika dia di eksternal itu dari segi secrecy, confidentiality, dan juga tindak lanjut itu dijamin, kerahasiaan dijamin juga, seperti itu. Dan hal lainnya adalah seperti saya sampaikan di awal, adanya training. Jadi bukan hanya ada whistleblowing systemnya sendiri, tapi ada policy-nya dan ada training gitu. Jadi kalau hanya punya whistleblowing systemnya sendiri ter-attach di let's say website-nya perusahaan, maka kalau tidak dikomunikasikan dengan employee, tidak dikomunikasikan dengan third party, itu bisa jadi useless. Jadi perlu adanya training gitu, yang kemudian adanya policy. Jadi policy terkait whistleblowing ini harus sudah clear. Apa tindakan prosedur yang harus dilakukan ketika ada komplain dari pegawai, seperti itu.
Oke. Thank you very much, Mr. Eman Marpaung.
Thanks a lot for everyone. Thank you for the question. That was great.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going on a break session for 1 hour. We will start the course again at 1 p.m. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Eman.
Thank you, everyone.
Streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, world trying to protect your soul.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Temptation within, mistakes ignite the suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Yeah.
I do right now. Don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero. superhero? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
Got me like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat.
there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. Shooting stars.
Didn't even get to cross.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get to glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, them amateurs have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, them amateurs have to leave. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots. Shooting stars.
Didn't even get to cross.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, due to the break time already over, let's start back to our course. Professor Godwin already joined us here. Professor Godwin,
how are you? Good morning from Nigeria.
yeah, fine. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for our fourth speaker today is Professor Godwin Emmanuel Oyedekun, PhD, CFA. Is a young but experienced multidisciplinary scholar practitioner of good repute with over 20 years experience and over 30 professional qualification from both Nigeria and international professional bodies. Okay, Professor Godwin, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Like we have said, my name is Godwin Oyedokun. I'm speaking from Nigeria, and I will be discussing with us about forensic accounting and how we can benchmark that all over the world. However, I will be discussing only from Nigeria angle at the very tail end of my presentation. I'll be discussing that at the very tail end of my presentation. Thank you so much for having me. For today, we need to understand some basics in forensic accounting, and that will guide our presentation. Good morning once again. When we talk about forensic accounting, what specifically are we talking about? This will sure reflect in my discussion with us, and my discussion will be in the following formats. I'll be discussing with us general introduction about what I want to discuss today. We will look at the concept of forensic accounting. We will look at concept of fraud and fraud detection. We will see how implementation of forensic accounting is done when we talk about fraud detection. We also look at fraud detection cases in Lagos, Nigeria, basically. Then we will conclude and give some recommendation at the end of this presentation. I need us to sit back in order to enjoy this presentation. It promises to be very engaging, depending on our mind. First of its kind, I'd like to let us know that the decadence, the waywardness, the quick fix attitude of people and get rich quick syndrome has caused a lot of people to look for alternative. Alternative in what terms? That is, alternative to look for self-help as to how can they get into getting rich without laboring for it as such. So this is now causing problem and making everyone to look for how they can effect their malicious way of doing things. So fraudulent activities as encompasses every activities of human being. So to say that most often than none, people engage in money laundering, cybersecurity threats. Mostly, we have what we call tax evasion. At times, insurance claims are fraudulent in nature. People now forge check. They manipulate themselves in what we call identity theft. And as a result of that, they amass a lot of wealth, a lot of money. And when they don't have anything to do with this money, what do? They go into terrorist financing. How do we detect all this? And that is where professionals in the field of forensic accounting are needed. What do we need from them? We need their knowledge, their wherewithal, their way of doing things, because they possess a very good skill that can help us to prevent, detect, and deter anything that has to do with fraudulent activities. Therefore, we simply put it that forensic accounting knowledge grows through training, awareness, and experience with investigating officers and legal counsel. In forensic accounting, we will need evidence to support our claims, one of which is the core aspect of forensic accounting. Those charged with forensic accounting activities are able to utilize their skills in resolving activities of fraudulent personnel and be able to determine who is involved, how, when, and where. So forensic accountants will be able to do this for us. Hence, the knowledge of forensic accounting is very, very important. And I'd like to tell us today as well that forensic accounting, or call it forensic accountancy, is a specialized area that describes engagements that result from actual or anticipated disputes or litigation. What am I saying about this? I'm saying forensic accounting skill will make the practitioner in that field to be able to engage in activities that can help resolve allegation of fraudulent activities, white-collar crime, and any other corrupt practices, and resolve same. A lot of people, a lot of professionals, scholars have been able to give definition of forensic accounting. However, I will only discuss two of it in this class, while we can review others as we have more interest in this course of study. We have it that forensic accounting is the use of professional accounting skills in matters that involve potential or actual civil or criminal litigation. And this is not limited to general accounting or auditing. Again, I have been able to also give a definition of forensic accounting in one of my researches, that forensic accounting is a scientific accounting method that is capable of uncovering, analyzing, resolving, and presenting fraud and white-collar crime matters in a manner that is suitable in law courts. If you look at this, we are trying to say forensic accounting is not just any activities, but activities that can help prosecute a case in court and support same with facts that can be gotten from forensic engagements. Therefore, distinguished participants, forensic accounting skill will help you in order to navigate whatever that is shrouded in secrecy. Now, let's look at types of forensic accounting. I want to drop this hint that we have various types of forensic accounting. Think of any area of human endeavor, then we have forensic accounting in that area. But let's look at what I have for us here. We could have investigating auditing, investigating accounting, litigation services, criminology, even accounting itself as a derivative of forensic accounting. Each and every one of these has their ways in which we manipulate to get the evidence that we need to support our claims in terms of litigation support. Now let's look at importance of forensic accounting. It helps us in complex litigation. It helps government also in their investigation activities. We can use forensic accounting as a tool to prevent and ensure risk management strategy. We can use the skill in forensic accounting to ensure we minimize losses, thereby ensure improved efficiency. It can help us to reduce exploitation risk. We can use it to avoid legal problem. And why are we able to use it to avoid legal problem? When you do your work accordingly in terms of investigation, you will be able to understand that accused, victim, target, they all have their rights under law in different jurisdictions we have in the whole world. And it is pertinent to ensure that we protect the rights of individuals in order to not to violate constitutional provisions of different jurisdictions that we have. Forensic accounting can also help us to improve organizational brand. It helps us to bring up good reputation of the company that you work for. Then the authority will be able to navigate what they have. Scope of forensic accounting. I quickly want to take us through what we can expect in forensic accounting. Number one, forensic accounting has its place in culture. What do I mean by culture? You will agree with me that in any area of life, people are known for their own ways of doing things. Investigation that has to do with forensic accounting can also help to understand culture of each and every one of us. And that can be used to understand patterns of how fraudulent activity could be managed or prevented. We can also deploy forensic accounting in education. We have a lot of certificate meal, degrees meals, unnecessary degrees that are not well rooted in standard. People go to school and just bring certificates. Some people manipulate their educational activities. Forensic accounting can also be deployed in management. Of course, I said the other time that governments will also find forensic accounting skill useful in its day-to-day activities. And more importantly, forensic accounting can help in litigation support. Facts from forensic accounting engagement can be used in courts, and it can help trial judge in determining his case. I'll give you some hints about the role of forensic accounting, but you can deduce that from what I've been telling us over the past 20 minutes. Now, let's quickly look at skills in forensic accounting. What do I mean by this? I'm saying, what are the necessary skills that a forensic accountant must possess, must have, in order to be able to conduct a good forensic accounting activities, in order to be able to go into forensic accounting? Number one of it is ability to identify fraud. A good forensic accountant must be able to identify fraud, but in the minimal stress. You should be able to identify such fraud without dissipating too much energy. With even minimal information, you will be able to draw out conclusion from whatever the information you get. Forensic accountants are the best when it comes to interviewing skills. They will be able to interview target or accused and be able to draw conclusion and get a very admissible evidence from that. Forensic accountants, they have critical mindsets. They can inquisify. They can probe within their mind. Forensic accountants also have good sense when it comes to evidence gathering. And that is why we say evidence is that thing that can be used to prove or disprove facts in issue. So if forensic accountants don't understand what evidence is, I wonder which kind of results will come out of such forensic engagements. A good forensic accountant will possess skill that has to do with communication. So communication skill of forensic accountants should be above board, should be second to none. Because activities of forensic accountant must be communicated to the appropriate quarters, and this will be done with high sense of responsibility. Forensic accountants must be able to investigate. So these techniques in investigation must be part of the skill that forensic accountants must possess. When we talk about forensic accountants, they are the set of people that have ability to identify financial issues. They have ability to identify financial issues. In fact, they can identify financial information. Now let's look at what fraud is and what fraud is not. I'll summarize what I have in this slide by just telling us that fraud is not accidental in nature. Is a result of pre-planned, well-planned, well-structured activities that make a party or group of persons to do away with property of another. And this relationship brings about one party losing its rights to another in a fraudulent manner with the use of deceit. So when we talk about forensic fraud examination or fraud itself, we are saying is a means of depriving people or persons of his property in an illegal manner. So the issue of fraud has been seen by various quarters as something that is creating problem for each nation, organization, and the likes. most people have lost their business, lost their valuable to activities of fraudster. So early detection of fraudulent activities is encouraged. And how can that be done? Is when you are able to institute a preventive measure in order not to continue to have fraudulent activities thriving in your organization. Therefore, we can conveniently define fraud as intentional deception to secure unfair or unlawful gain, or to deprive a victim of illegal rights. So a lot of people commit fraud, and at times we talk about good people committing fraud. Why? Fraudulent activities is not armed robbery activities, because when you see armed robber, if you see armed robbers, you will know that these people have come to rob you with force, with all the mechanism that is available for them, including guns and dangerous weapons. However, when it comes to good people, they are not coming in form of armed robbers. They come as associates, friends, colleagues, staff, people that loves you. And at the end of the day, manipulate your thoughts, manipulate your things, and deprive you of your rightful legal ownership of a particular property of yours through deception. I've been able to extract some types of fraud for us to discuss here today. And I will take it from what we call asset misappropriation. Under asset misappropriation, we have what we call check forgery. We have check kiting. We have inventory theft, cash theft, theft of services, expense reimbursement fraud, expense account fraud. All these are what we refer to as asset misappropriation. And the other aspect of it could be procurement fraud, payment fraud, workers' compensation fraud, health insurance fraud, commission fraud, use of company's vehicle. I'll tell us more about the issue of use of company's vehicle. Most people, they have office car. They call it office utility car or pool car. Pool as in P-O-O-L, pool car. These cars are for operational activities of the company day to day. This set of cars are supposed to be parked in the office. However, the head of that particular office may decide to take the car home for his or her personal activities. This is a misuse of company's property. So it is seen as asset misappropriation. Another thing that we can bring up from this is the activities of people that go ahead, or let's say procurement officers that procure unnecessarily without being guided by the procurement policy of the organization, and because of the commission they want to get from vendors, they just go ahead and procure without looking at the ability of the company to support that procurement for that period, whether they need it or not. So all these are fraudulent activities that may not be looked into, but can bring the organization down. I'll give you an example of this. If you procure more than what you need, then you need to keep such materials in store. There's a cost to storage. When you keep things, you need to secure it. You need to manage it. All these attract their own cost, and that will be a financial burden on the organization. Many a times, this material that you have over purchased could be stolen by other staff. So the company is operating in a double jeopardy environment. Now let's look at another type of fraud under the vendor fraud. When it comes to vendor fraud, we are looking at billing scheme, bribery and kickbacks, check tampering, overbilling, and price fixing. Okay, all these affect organization negatively. But let me quickly explain one out of all, which is bribery and kickback. Please understand this. That's as simple as you think it is. Bribery can bring the image of any organization down. How? Look at a situation whereby things that are supposed to be officially done are not done without somebody ensuring that they change material thing in order to induce performance of that activities. Then what do we have? We have organization that we have issues. So therefore, we need to be careful of those staff, employees of the organization that are involved in bribery and kickbacks. At times, people will tell you that I did not give bribe, I only appreciate the person after he must have extended the hands of fellowship. That's it's also not good. We call that one illegal gratuity, saying thank you for somebody that has done you one favor or the other. And the reason why we say that is not good is because whoever you say thank you to, we also have you in mind tomorrow when next you need something from his office or our office, thereby extending undue influence to your personality at the expense of the organization policy. Therefore, most of the organization have a kind of policy that prohibits bribery or gifts to employee. Let's look at another type of fraud, and this is under accounting fraud. We have a very prominent one called embezzlement. And I want to explain that embezzlement is not the same thing as stealing. Embezzlement, you can only embezzle assets in terms of cash that has been entrusted in you. Maybe you are a cashier in your organization, you have company's cash with you. If you go ahead and use that for your personal needs, that is embezzlement, because you are already entrusted with that cash. But if you go ahead to another table and pick the money on the table or in the drawer of another colleagues of yours in the office, that's stealing. It's not the same thing as embezzlement. So we need to understand the right words that we can use when it comes to this. We also have what we call accounts payable. fake supplier, personal purchases. Okay, let me explain this issue of personal purchases. Some staff, some colleagues, we go ahead and purchase things for their personal use and pay with organization money and still submit receipt as evidence of their purchases. But alas, such procurements are for their personal use. So it's another form of fraudulent activities. We also have what we call double check fraud and accounts receivable fraud. Let's now look at payroll fraud. Under payroll fraud, we have what we call ghost employee. We have advance fraud, timesheet fraud, paycheck theft. Of course, your understanding of this is very, very important to you as forensic accountants. We have data theft as another type of fraud. There we have trade secret theft, theft of customer or contract list. What about personal identifiable information? And what we call preventing and detecting data theft. On this role of type of fraud, I will be submitting on the number 6, which is bribery and corruption. Though I mentioned bribery and corruption under vendor fraud, but it's worth looking at holistically. And that's why we have to bring it out as bribe, kickback, and product substitution. Well, discussing products substitution, we can say it that someone is expecting a product with specification ABC, but eventually when delivery is made, it's not of the same specification. Now let's look at fraud detection. I will summarize this fraud detection as every activities that is geared towards identifying what has gone wrong. And this can also help us in fraud deterrence. Okay, so when you utilize all the skills that fraud examiners or forensic accountants put together in terms of their skills, you'll be able to go deeper into the cause of fraudulent activities in order to exhume the dead wood that has been kept in abeyance. So fraud detection would need a lot of analytical solutions in order to achieve what you need to achieve. So when we talk about fraud detection, whoever is conducting this must be able to understand that tools in terms of information technological tools, computers and the likes, you must understand the technology behind it in order to hold it run there. So fraud detection activities is very, very important in the lifestyle of fraud examiner and the likes. I've been able to give a kind of web of how fraud detection should go. And that is exactly what I'm projecting here. Mindful of my time, we also quickly look at fraud detection techniques. Naturally, we can do this in two folds. It could be under statistical data analysis techniques, or we can do this artificial intelligence techniques. When we talk about statistical data analysis techniques, we are talking about using the power of figures and figure manipulation in order to detect what has gone wrong in the area of fraud activities of some employees. So there are some parameters that when you calculate, you will know that something definitely is wrong. And we have some analysis that you can conduct, like regression analysis. This, if you understand very well, will give you results that can be interpreted based on what has been said to be interpretation of such results. We also have what we call data matching. And this can be used to compare two sets of data collected. And in it, if there's any manipulation, you'll be able to see it. So the other variant of the techniques that I'm talking about is artificial intelligence. In this artificial intelligence, you'll be able to extract your data with the use of AI, which is artificial intelligence, and you'll be able to have this data extracted without tampering with the live data of the organization you are conducting forensic investigation of. And then this data that you have been able to generate, extracted, can be used to probe the system, and then you get patterns that can be used to support your claim. We also have what we call neural network, machine learning, then pattern recognition. We need to study all this in order to ensure that as forensic accountants or fraud examiners, we are able to conduct our activities. Now, let's quickly look at implementation of forensic accounting on fraud detection. This has to do with uncovering fraudulent activities with forensic accounting techniques. Of course, many criminals commit fraud by also trying to understand and test your own pattern. And they will also look at the loopholes that you have created in your organization and see whether they can exploit it to their advantage. Therefore, you are charged to be very careful when you expose your activities to your employee or your customers. Don't forget that it's very difficult to prove fraud, because at every point in time, fraudster will want to erase the track that can make them to be detected on time. And they are getting more intelligent every day, because they understand that human is prone to making mistakes. And because they want to profit from the system, they capitalize on your mistakes. So by and large, forensic accounting has been considered to be a very good and veritable tools that can be used to detect and also prevent fraudulent activities. We can also use forensic accounting to analyze and interpret, of course, presenting any complex financial business-related issue. I want to give us some cases around Nigeria that are recorded properly. A lot of cases are there. Once they are not reported, it may be difficult for us to use them as example. The case of Cadbury, when we talk about their involvement in accounting scandal, what happened was the overstatement of their profits by over 13 billion. And this happened within 2003 and 2006. The Security and Exchange Commission swept to the action and investigated this scandal. And it was also reported that in 2010, Nigerian Stock Exchange also was accused of conducting affairs of exchange in a manner detrimental to the interests of investors. What happened was that a forensic audit of the business was commissioned, and the interim report that that we got show evidence that there are a lot of issues. So we have in Nigeria a lot of government agencies that helps in investigating financial crimes or any crime that has to do with government activities. I give us some acronyms the other time where we have crime as control activities, risk, information, monitoring, and environment. This can be used to analyze issues and patterns. And that's what I have here with the two cases that I want to project to us. When you look at crime as acronyms and you put them side by side with the two organizations that I'm talking about, that is Cadbury Nigerian PLC and Nigerian Stock Exchange, the first C, which is C we have in crime, we can call it cook control activities. That is situation whereby those that are charged with the management and governance of the company or the Nigerian Stock Exchange were able to agree with other management staff to cook their system. Then recipe or risk is also seen when the stock buyback happened under Cadbury. And under Nigerian Stock Exchange, we have a lot of false and questionable claims. In the spelling of crime, we have I. We call it information or incentive. For the Cadbury, we'll see what we call profit management and desire for extra pay as one of the incentive. But under the Nigerian Stock Exchange, it's just a kind of desire for personal comfort of the employee that are involved. They just want to make justification for their productivity bonuses that they have. In crime, we have M, and here we can call it monitoring. The monitoring techniques or device in any organization should be governing board. But if we have passive board, not active board, then there will be issue. And that's exactly what we see under Cadbury Nigerian PLC, where we have ineffective audit committee, the compromised management, and internal auditors that are not up to their games. The internal control system was so weak because of the fact that they all collaborated to defraud the company. But under the Nigerian Stock Exchange, conflict of interest did not allow the board to see what they are supposed to see. Overbearing director general. When you have a director general that is overbearing, whatever the director general says is the final. Such will pave way for fraudulent activities. Then E, that we have in crime, we can talk about end results or the environment. Of course, every fraudulent activities at its own end. It can be protected, it can be prolonged, but it will happen. It's evil days that has been postponing. And what you see is the sack of MD, the chief finance officer, and both are barred from holding position in any quoted company in Nigeria for life. And then we have a kind of internal company reorganization. And this saw to the exit of all the management staff that have worked there during that period. At the end of the day, posting of losses by company. Then the result of loss accumulation in any organization, especially organization that is in public outlook, is reduction in the share price. So when the company is no longer accumulating profits, the share value of that company will go down because of the information asymmetry nature. But let's look at what happened under Nigerian Stock Exchange when the disaster zoomed. The Director General was sacked, and the non-executive directors were also asked to go. A new Director General was appointed, and recovery of some assets were made, but over 35% of staff were also sacked because of their involvement. And what is the result of it is that stock exchange market capitalization dropped as a result of loss in confidence by investors. So that is a discussion about that. As you can see, the result I presented indicates that all three common types of fraud were present in two cases. Financial statements were overstated in the case of Cadbury Nigerian PLC, over 13 billion naira. In the case of Nigerian Stock Exchange, well, the issue of overstatement or understatement cannot be readily ascertained, but the duplication of payments, the classification of expenses, questionable write-offs, and overstatement of expenses affected the financial statement of the exchange. And at the end of the day, when the financial reporting is not portray what it should, we say in accounting that it lacks its quality. And when financial statement lack quality, you cannot analyze such financial statement in the better interest of investing public, because they will have made mistake of investing where they are not supposed to. And what happened to their money? Of course, it will go down. We have little minutes to spend on this course. Okay. I also quickly want to use this period to let you know that it's not only organizational fraud that we can talk about when it comes to fraudulent activities. We also have what we call electoral fraud, where some people will utilize their political might in order to cheat their opponents. A case of this nature was recorded in 2007 and some other one. I just want to bring out this. The details of this case is on the slide, and I want to believe that the organizer will make this slide available. But good 18, at the end of the day, with the use of forensic accounting techniques, the verdict of the person that was robbed electorally was been able to declared, and the court determined the case with the help of forensic accounting evidence, and the judgment was in favor of the plaintiff. So that was what we have done in that period. It was a very landmark case in Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my time is fast spent and I have less than 5 minutes. I want to conclude by telling us that fraud detection methodology can be that of data mining, and it can be used to perform any activities when it comes to fraud examination or forensic accounting. When you use data mining, you are left with option of not tampering with the live data of the company. What you do is to only extract the data with your tools and take it to your own computing environment and analyze same. There's nothing you can do in financial fraud investigation that you will not need knowledge of computing. So this is very key. The skill available in forensic accounting is also important to every one of us, because forensic accounting is concerned with evidentiary nature of accounting data. Your ability to be able to understand how this data can be manipulated and used in court of law or for the legal purpose will definitely help you as forensic accountant or fraud examiner. I'd like to also tell us that before we can marshal our thoughts, do very exceedingly well when it comes to forensic accounting engagement, the forensic accountant must understand its limits and appropriately consult other colleagues in order to ensure that nothing is left undone because of lack of knowledge. So the skills available for forensic accountant must all present in a typical forensic accountant. Otherwise, the plaintiff can become defendant in the court of law. What do I mean? By the time you are not able to conduct appropriate forensic accounting engagement, you will have messed up the forensic investigation, and then the end result is not going to justify the investment that organization that engage you must have invested in your activities. So I like to recommend as follows, that the eradication of economic and financial crime through the adoption of forensic accounting in the system will definitely improve image of any business entity. So what I'm saying here is that every organization should invest in forensic accounting techniques that will help ab initio eliminate financial crime. Another one is early detection. Organizations should invest in prevention strategy tools so as to not allow employee go deeper into fraudulent activities, because most often it may be difficult to recover all the loss as a result of this. Conclusively, I want to also recommend that government and regulatory authorities should ensure standard and guidelines to also regulate forensic activities. We are having a lot of people owing themselves out as forensic accountants, and they are never well trained. I used to tell people that accounting training is not sufficient to call yourself a forensic accountant or fraud examiner. You need special training in order to achieve this. You need special training in order to achieve this, I repeat. Above all, business owners should also embrace integrity, objectivity, fairness, and accountability in their day-to-day activities in order to have a society that is free from fraudulent activities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen and organizer, this is going to be a convenient place for me to stop, while I'll be available for question and answer. Thank you for having me. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Professor Godwin, for the sharing and information. I would like to read the question from the participants. The first question: why until now there always email scammer coming to inbox email twice month, promising fantastic $, email to invest, and the email is identified coming from African country. What are efforts from African country government, especially from Nigeria, to eliminate these emails and get the criminal for arrest?
Thank you. If I understand you very well, we are talking about phishing, the kind of email that is sent to people to lure them into disclosing their activities and then defrauding them. You will understand that email activities is not the handwork of Nigerian government. This issue of email could emanate from anywhere. IP can be manipulated. However, the Economic and Financial Crime Commission is on top of this game by ensuring that those that are specializing in fraudulent activities of this nature are brought to book almost every day. If you look at the news and see what they get out of that news, okay? So we will also do well by ensuring that we do not fall for this kind of unnecessary requests from people. Most often, greediness on the part of the target or victim causes them to be defrauded. If I'm not engaged in any engineering activities and someone is sending mail to me that I should come and buy engineering products, why do I need to fall for that? And personally, I will not even go closer to that. And one other thing is that such mail comes into your spam mail. Permanently allow spam mail to be spam mail and leave it so you will not be caught in that web. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Godwin, for the sharing about informative lesson today. Due to the tutor for the next course still not joined yet, there's still one more question, sir. This is from Anonym. The question is, please explain an example of theft of services.
Theft of what?
Theft of services.
Oh, services. Okay, thank you so much for that question. The issue of theft of services comes under a type of fraud that I talked about the other time. When we talk about theft of services, a particular company render kind of services that is under asset misappropriation. And in the same organization, some of the staff, employees of that organization also still have similar services being rendered outside the confine, outside the organization. And the skills to rendering these services is actually from the organization. Take, for example, if a particular company is into managing of a particular thing, and trusted staff, trusted employee are now using the same platform to sell the same services to clients and even utilizing the company's assets in doing that. So that's what we call theft of services. Let me give you another example on that. Look at hospitals. We have some doctors there. They also have their own private hospitals, and the services they are rendering officially, they can divert it to their own private use. So that's what we mean by theft of services. I give you another one: mechanical engineering company that have clients that brings their cars and the likes for services. But because you are known to be good as one of the employees, and you are now doing that same thing outside, and you are servicing the same company's clients, customer. So it's theft of services. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Godwin Emmanuel, for giving us such informative and interesting presentation. After this, we're gonna next to the last course, and we say big thanks to Professor Godwin for all the lesson and presentation. Thank you very much, Professor Godwin.
Thank you. And thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, let's go to our last course with Mr. Wahid Khan. Mr. Wahid, are you already here? Hello, Mr. Wahid. Okay, due to internet connection trouble, let's wait a minute for Mr. Wahid Khan to join us. Mr. Wahid, can you hear me? Okay, let me introduce Mr. Wahid Khan profile first. Mr. Wahid Khan is a forensic accountant and management consultant who is passionate about fraud investigation, forensic auditing, and commercial due diligence. He has been involved in high-profile forensic and fraud investigation cases internationally. He is a practitioner and book writer from Manchester, United Kingdom. Mr. Wahid? Still joining audio. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait a minute. Good evening, Mr. Wahid. I'm sorry, Mr. Wahid. We can't hear you yet. Hello, Mr. Wahid. Okay. Our speaker for the last course is Mr. Wahid Han, PSC, CFA, ACCA. He is forensic accountant and management consultant and have been involved in high-profile forensic and fraud investigation cases internationally. Mr. Wahid Han, the floor is yours, please. Yes, please, sir. Mr. Wahid, the audio still not connect. Please connect it first. We still can't hear you yet. Okay, Mr. Wahid, please open your mic first. Mr. Wahid, your mic still on mute mode.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sounds and
Okay,
clear.
okay, then. Okay, no, it's fine now, yeah.
It's okay, sir.
How are you today? No, 1 second, I think I should be.
Is your presentation already on our screen?
So can you hear me now?
Yes, sounds and clear.
It's clear now, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Wahid, please going on.
Can you hear me now clearly?
Yes. Yeah. Your sound is clearly SD.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir. Your sound is clear here.
Hello, Mr. Wahid. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone and good morning.
Hello. Morning, sir.
Hello, Mr. Wahid.
Hello, I think I can start now.
Okay, I can start now.
Okay, the topic that I picked for implementation of forensic accounting techniques, that is for public sector, I mean the government organizations. So the presentation is based on a real life case study. I just changed the name of the organization and some of the terms, and the presentation is from a real case, the audit that we did 2 years before. So I've shared a lot of papers, quite similar, that we investigated and the findings. So the agenda for today's presentation is the agenda for today's presentation is what forensic accounting is, why forensic audit is important in public sector, in government organizations, and what are the difficulties, why it is hard, what are the problems involved while auditing government sector. Let me log in again. I think there's a problem. Let me log in again. I think there's a problem. Let me log in again. I think there's a problem. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wahid, would you present your presentation? No?
I don't know what's happening. Yes. Let me log in again. I think there's a problem. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I am here.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Wahid.
Hello. Morning. Can you hear me dear now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's for interruption. It was a bit because of something. I don't know what was that. So I'm trying to fix it. So
Halo, Mr. Wahid.
Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, sir, we hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there won't be any disruption now. I'm sorry for the delay. I think it was because of some internet connection or some reason. Can I go on now? So the topic that I chose, it was for government sector, and it's based on. Is the voice clear now? Sorry. Can everyone hear now?
Yes, sir. If there are any trouble in your side, just
no problem. No problem. Yeah. So the topic is government sector. So the agenda is here. What forensic accounting is, because a lot of people, they just confuse it with audit, but it is different from the normal audit. And why forensic audit in public sector, I mean the government sector, why it is important, and what is forensic methodology. And then I'm gonna apply the application of forensic methodology on fraud detection. The fraud that we detected in a government hospital 2 years ago. So it's a real case study. Then we will just conclude, and finally the question answer session. The first thing is how it all started. So the term forensic comes from Latin word forensis, means a forum, a gathering of law. So you can see in this picture a person, he is swearing and saying that he will speak only truth, as we do in the court of law, in front of a big gathering. So it's a sworn statement that he will speak truth. He has got some evidence, and now he's presenting his evidence in the court. So in the similar way, as a forensic accountant, we just gather evidence, and then we present that evidence of a fraud or corruption in the court. Sometimes we just present it to the management only. Sometimes the case goes to the court. But nowadays, the term forensic accounting is being used just to investigate and find evidence to present in the court. So the main topic is here, why government sector? Is it value for money? As we all know, government sector, it does not make any profit. It is different from profit-making organizations. So the evaluation of government is through value for money. Value for money, as we all know, that economy, effectiveness, efficiency. So government gets a budget, it gives budget to all the departments, and then they spend that budget on public, and then the government checks, assesses that how the budget is being used. Is it exactly being used for the welfare of people? Is it being used only for the prosperity or the well-being of the public? So anyway, there are a lot of problems in government sector. Some of these are government programs are often late. They cost more than planned. The biggest problem is the bureaucracy. A lot of ministers, presidents, prime ministers, the government officers, so they make the projects delay. Then the next step is failure of traditional audits, normal audits that we perform in private companies. They do not work in public sector because the two systems, they are entirely different. And how forensic audit can help government sector, why they need more forensic audits. So as you can see here, the fraud in public sector in UK, the total cost of fraud in public sector in UK is 21 billion every year. It's a big figure. It's not just the whole, but just every year, and it's increasing every day. So as you can see on this chart, the black area is just 37%. So it means the highest in all other sectors in UK. So in public sector, the biggest loss, public sector, some people, they steal items from offices, they steal equipment. Let's say it's a hospital. So we saw that doctors and other staff, sometimes they steal the machines from there and use in their private clinics. They steal medicine and sell privately in their own clinics or privately to other pharmacies. So the loss due to asset scaling, if you just look here, it's the biggest one. Asset mean all the items, physical items that they scale. So it's 22%. The asset scaling mean scaling of medicine, scaling of operation theater material, or scaling of government furniture, people using government cars for their personal use. So this kind of scaling, this kind of fraud is common. So in one of the surveys in 2018, scaling of pencils and other stationery items, government people, they come and they use a pencil or a notebook, and when they go back home, they just kick with them. So that loss, it was 0.6 million globally. So you can see even this, because everything costs in the office. So let me just go directly to the forensic methodology that we use. So the first step here is assignment scope. Then we decide, so what we have to do, what we have to audit, and what the government wants from us as an auditor, what kind of audit they want. And we make all the a list of items that what they want and what we will do. We will discuss it later. So the first step is interview. We interview all the people, the staff members, the departments. Then we check backgrounds, because if in UK, a lot of immigrants, so people are from different backgrounds. So we need to know, during interview process, we need to know the background of the person, because some culture, like in Thailand, or if someone is from Arab countries, a staff member, so they are not very open when they tell something. So we have to be careful when we interview the people. Then we collect all the data. The next step is data collection. How we collect the data? Physically, we visit all the places physically. Surveillance, we put cameras to record what's going on. Sometimes for 3 months, 6 months, we put cameras there. And the third way is tips. There are some people who just tell us that, oh, this is going on, this is what happened. So we get tips from the people. People tell us secretly. They come to us, come to our office and tell, oh, this is the problem, but please don't take my name. So they just tell us, give us the tips. And then we do analysis, the final stage analysis, not final, but almost final. We analyze all the transactions, and then we quantify the loss. Quantify mean here the total value of loss. How much loss has happened because of fraud. And then the final step is writing a report. We write a report in private sector for the management, and in government sector for the board of directors. Sometimes we present the same report in court as well as an evidence. So this is the report is, and this is what happened, and the fraud has happened. So then the court decides if they have to decide based on the report and the evidence we get. So it's a real case study. This audit we did in 2018. So I've just changed the names and a couple of papers, but the methodology that we used and the findings, everything that we found, this is the same. So the case was about a government hospital. We call it public sector in UK because they don't make any profit. So the name of the institute was RBC Health Institute and Hospital. So background is a teaching hospital. So they were medical students who are becoming doctors, and there were nurses as well. The annual budget was 42 million. But by 2016, the budget exceeded to 57 million. So in 2018, a forensic audit was started to investigate fraud in funds allocation. So government said, okay, let's do forensic audit, where the budget is going, why the budget is increasing. The forensic audits, so the scope was to investigate income and expenses. So how much hospital income is and how much are the expenses. So that's the assignment scope. The first step is assignment, mean when they hire you, hire a forensic accountant, and why they hire you. So the first thing was identify key deliverable, mean what they want from us. And second, assigning key personnel. So we need a team of not just one person cannot do audit. So we need 2, 3, 4, 5 people, depends on how big the company is. Then we decide the time frame. It's going to take 1 month, 3 months, 4, 5 months. So that's why we just write in our agreement. So develop a catalog, what data we need, and what kind of documents we need. The scope of forensic investigation that we did, the real case study was investigation into budget usage, how the department was using this budget, and then audit of revenue and income and investigation into expenses. The first thing we did, we interviewed all the people. You can see here 3 people, the forensic auditors, they are interviewing a person, the manager, the director of government organization, and he's just sweating. You can see he's very upset, not happy. So here we see where we have to go and we decide. So what they are telling us about the company and what's going on. We just question them. We ask everything, how do you work and how you use the funds, how you use the government budget, everything. So then we collect data. Data is the first thing, the records they make, all the statements, financial statements mean they write all the income and they write all the expenses, and we take all the books from the people. Then we physically visit. Mean if they say they have repaired, there is maintenance of a car. So they say we have repaired from a shop there. So we physically visit if the shop is there or not, or if they are making fake invoices. Surveillance, as I said, we use cameras to record what's going on there, then the tapes as well. So these are 4 main ways of collecting data. So this is what we got when we started there, when we started our forensic audit. So we got the statement of income and expenses. So the budget was 57 million pounds. So skewing fee, they said it's 1.5 million that they take from skewings, who are becoming doctors there. Then the expenses were there, the salaries, teaching staff salaries, other staff, repair and maintenance mean the ambulance and the car and all the other maintenance, making new building. Equipment purchase mean here they were buying operation theater material, MRC machines, all the medical equipment. Then the purchase of medicine, then the publications for students, they were doing publications, fuel and transport, and miscellaneous mean food, cleaning, laundry, all these expenses. So they were 58. It's 58 million. So the income was 58,500. So 100 days in the bank, the difference. How we started then? Investigating income sources. To us, they told us that there have only two income sources. The one is the budget they get from government, and second is the fee they receive from students. But when we started, so there was a laundry as well, because students were living in the hostels. So there was a laundry as well. So they were charging the laundry fee when they were washing their clothes. So how we did, we visited the laundry and we were checking, what's going on there, how much money they are getting from there. Then we went to the kitchen area. They were charging for the food and the rent of the kitchen. It was a private company. So we asked questions, we investigated how much money they are making from kitchen. Then we further checked, there was a pharmacy as well. This is income as well, because they were taking rent from the pharmacy. Red flag mean all the signs that told us that what is the problem. Red flags mean problem areas. Who owned the pharmacy? No one knew. We didn't know that. They didn't tell us who owns the pharmacy. Who is the owner of this medical store or the pharmacy? Most customers were referred to pharmacy across the road, and they were referring. So there's one pharmacy was in the hospital and one was across the road, but they were writing medicine just across the road. We didn't know why they're sending customers to across the other side of the road to this second pharmacy. It means they were taking some commission from there, it was private pharmacy. This was a private pharmacy, and maybe they were taking commission from them. That's why they're selling. They're sending all the people there. So kickbacks mean the commission involved. What an external audit would do. External audit, they will just check the invoices and the income, but they will not do this investigation. Why patients are going to the other side of the road? When we investigated, so we found this stuff. So they just told us just budget and skewing fee. When we investigated, we found a new income sources. Someone in the hospital was getting rent of laundry. That was 14,000 per year. Then the rent of pharmacy, 24,000. Rent of food shop, 24,000. Miscellaneous mean the fee, and the other they were getting from students, that was 180,000 1 year. It's in pounds, all the amount. So fee charged from private patients. So patients who are not from UK, they were charging private fee as well, £500,000. Mess and laundry, it was 100,000, but they were not telling government all these income. Why it's red? They were hiding all these incomes. Then on the other side, if you see the expenses. So what happened here exactly? So investigation into expenses, there were salaries, teaching staff, admin staff, but there were lower staff and assistants. Extra, there were some trainees surplus mean extra. So these trainees, they were relatives of the hospital staff. They were giving job to their own nephews, nieces, cousins, or brothers, friends. So these are the people that we investigated. They were all the known persons. Then cleaning staff, reception staff, and ghost staff. 5 people, they were not working in the hospital, but they were getting salaries as well. So one of the, when we audited HR, human resource files of all the staff, so this is what we found. There was a fake letter, a letter of experience letter. So why it was fake? So I've just highlighted in yellow. If you see, the address is not complete. If you see that it was like this, I've shared the exact experience letter of a staff member. You can see there's no landline phone number, just the mobile number has been given. The email is a not company email. You can see it's just Gmail address. And then the admin, there are no signature and no person's name here. So it says the language even, the written, it's not professional. And you can see that it's a, that's how we find it's a fake letter. No complete address, no proper phone number. So we found these fake letters, experience letters, people use to get hired. And repair and maintenance staff. So they had some invoices about maintenance of ambulance and other vehicles like car and all that. When we asked them, so give us the invoices. So invoices were like this. The first one, Mick Abbott Auto Repair. You can see here in the red box, there are no item expenses. It's not written what kind of expenses, but just the total amount here. 80 pound and total 96 pound, everything. But no price here is not given. Item price is missing. Company name and address is missing here. You second receipt, you see there's no company name and nothing, but just a fake invoice they make. It's not clear which van was repaired. It's personal or hospital. They got their personal van repaired or it was hospitals. Then there was a building extension. So due date to submit bid, you know, there's a bid. So people submit the bid. So it was 22nd May. But the contract was given to a company here. So it was registered, you see, on 24th May. It means it was a bogus company. Someone in the hospital, they registered this company. After, and they submitted the bid after the due date even, 22nd May. First, company must have experienced similar projects. This company had no experience as well. Company must have equipment and resources, but this company had nothing. It was a newly formed company. So the contract was given to this company. You see this gate. This is the last gate of submission of contract, I mean the bid, but look here. It was registered after that. Equipment purchase, they were buying all the hospital material, sports material for screwings, and medicine as well, but there were no records. The equipment, they were bought cheaper from China and from other countries, but the price was very high. This record price was 200 pounds even for one record, or 500 pounds sometime. That cost only 30 pounds or 40 pounds, but they were in the books, it was written 500 pounds even for one record price, the high price they had written. Medicine, they had no record for medicine. There was no purchase invoices, nothing. Travel allowance. So here they were traveling doctors here and there. So that's an invoice as well, travel invoice. So 3 or 4 people were included when only one was invited. So travel expenses, again, if one person is invited, so in the invoice, they put 4 people's name or 3 people's name. just to give them travel allowance. Similarly, fuel expenses were mostly paid from personal account, plus cash payments were made. So they were paying from personal account and charging from the hospital. Publications, they were publishing these medical journals and these medical magazines, and they were paying huge money. But the problem was they all were getting published from only one publisher. It means there was someone in the hospital who was taking commission from the publisher for giving them this contract. They all were from the same publisher. Huge quantity of medical literature and journal. Stock and asset record. I mean, this was the stock, hospital equipment, and the furniture, but there were no records. They had no record how much they have. Analysis process. The second last stage is analysis, how we analyzed. So we were just checking what are these invoices, how they have come. Is this really a real transaction or a bogus one? So quantification of loss. So after all the investigation, so we make total of all the income. They were not telling us. And these are all the expenses that they were paying as a fake. So you can see here, so they were not telling us, but we just investigated and found they were making all this money, almost 1 million, 0.8 million. And they were just, someone was benefiting from this income, but not telling the government. Similarly, the overpaid salaries, overpaid expenses, they were 0.6 million, half a million. So this was a fraud of half a million expenses and 1 million income. They were not telling. The final, as we see, after investigating everything, we have to write a report. So report, we sometimes we have to present our report in the court, and sometimes just to the management of the hospital, board of directors. So why a report is important, and what are the conditions for a report? A report tells you expert statement of opinion, mean we have to give an opinion if there is problem with the accounts, or if a fraud exists, there is fraud or not. So we have to write, yeah, we have investigated and we found a fraud in company. The facts and the data, we tell them all the evidence, all the pictures we take, everything, so we have to tell them. Exhibit mean the pictures, documents. In a report, we have to attach in expert report all the qualification of the expert, experience, publication, and list of cases. So it's FRCP is the Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 2620B, mean it's the requirement as per American law. So a report should be like this. What a report should say. The further format of a forensic report. It is different from audit report and other reports. So there's a set format. Then the court will accept your report if it is according to this format. It has executive summary, background of organization, scope, technical standard, methods we used, findings, what we found in our assignment, analysis, recommendations, what are the problems, how they can control this fraud next time. And then in appendix, we attach all the documents with the report. So this is a typical format of the report. So in summary that we say, I think what we found in this audit was investigating shortage of cash. So what we found is procedure. I've just written what I've said, everything. So we interviewed the management and all the people. The fraud was spotted, disclosed income. They were not telling exact income. So there was fraud in the income. Ghost employees mean fake employees were there. So for many years, they were taking salaries, but they were not working there. Then there were fake degrees and other documents. Kickbacks mean the commission was involved in everything. Fuel and repair expenses were exaggerated, fake invoices. Kickback and commission were received in printing and publication of journal, mean given to the publisher commissions. Office stationery and other items were stolen. So people were coming and taking stationery, mean journals and anything they found, they were just putting in their bags and just taking home. There were no records of office stationery. Then kickbacks from purchase of hospital equipment. They were buying medicine and hospital machines, operation theater machines, and taking commission. Fee from private patients who are not covered by NHS insurance were not disclosed. So there were private patients, but they were not telling the fee, how much they are charging. So there were no records in the government hospital. Thank you. Any question or whatever, if I can do that.
Thank you for the presentation. There is one question for you from the participants, sir.
Yeah.
I read it. From Miss Siti, the question: what is the best approach to conduct an audit, particularly in terms of the current pandemic regarding the COVID measures? Policy and regulation were not supported by data analysis and may lead to a new phase of a systematic financial crime.
You know, in most of the time in pandemic, companies have been, they were not working, they were just closed. But the most pressure, it comes on the registered companies, the companies who sell their shares. They need to make profit. So it is possible they will show more profit just to keep their share price balance. Or if the government is giving funding in UK, we are having this problem at the moment. A lot of companies, they were working, but they were telling government that we are not working in pandemic because of COVID-19. So they have applied for government loan based on their past performance, and they have applied for government grants as well. But same time, they were working, just locking their door. Inside, they were working. So what we can do there, we can just interview some people secretly, because they, of course, they have maintained their records like that. They show there's no income, showing more and more expenses. But on the other side, they were working online. They had their online sale. They were selling with cash some items. So we need to, in a different ways, mean we can check the cameras. If there are cameras operating outside, what the activity was. It's possible their cameras were not working. They were not showing anything, that there were no recordings. They showed that they have closed. But still, it depends, yeah, not all business, but some businesses, they were open secretly. But a forensic accountant need to know, he need to interview, he have to be very clever. When he checks their online accounts, he need to check all the bank accounts, because people, if they're working online, of course, the money is coming in their accounts. So they need to take detail of all of their accounts that they are running. Maybe some secret accounts, bank accounts, not just a company account. They were receiving money in their personal accounts. So they have to be clever.
Okay, Mr. Wahid, that's it. All the question for the session share. Thank you very much for giving us much lesson and informative presentation.
Thank you very much, Kia. I really appreciate.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally our seminar has come to an end. Before I close this seminar, I'd like to thank all the speaker, Mr. Wahid, and all of the speaker for the informative and interesting presentation. And I give thanks also to all of participants for this very active participation. Finally, let's give the applause for all the speaker and for you all. Thank you, and don't forget to follow and join Ruang Seminar both in Telegram, Instagram, and any other social media to join our next webinar. Thank you all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Wahid.
Thank you very much.
Terima kasih kepada semua peserta dan para pembicara serta para interpreter. Thanks for interpreter and speaker. We are so sorry if we make mistake, and thanks for attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I need you to listen, I need